仕草がまた私気にさせる。待てば待つほどむやみになる。終わりは来るの。君に会ったあの日以来、それ以来君と会ったあの日以来、それ以来君と会ったその日以来、あの日から好きだった。瞳やって熱くなって知らないうちに戻せなくなって、もう帰れない、もう戻れない、命だけの最後のダンス。そう気まぐれの仕草がまた私気にさせる。待てば待つほど空回るこんな心は。君に会ったあの日以来、それ以来君と会ったあの日以来、それ以来君と会ったその日以来、君と会ったあの日から。
Hello and welcome. E3 2015 is raging all across Los Angeles. Day one is in the books, and we are here to talk about it. And we're brought to you tonight by Squarespace. But,
Yeah, says it right there.
okay. All right.
Can't miss it. They sent the right one, right?
I mean, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
built beautiful, so
It has to be. It has to be.
but not beautifully.
no.
I'm Jeff Gerstmann. We are here, coming to you from GiantBomb.com to talk about our experiences at the show. We're going to have guests throughout the evening, going for the next set of hours here, hanging out, chopping it up, talking about our time on the show floor. With me, Alex Navarro, Dan Reichert,
Hey.
Austin Walker,
That's me.
and in the back holding it down, Brad Shoemaker.
Howdy.
Brad Showmaker.
Hey,
More like,
Boom.
Thanks, IT.
yeah. Yeah. Well, so day one of the books, we did all our press conference business, hit the show floor, and Alex, you ran off almost immediately to go see Rock Band 4, right?
Yes, that was the very first appointment of the day.
Yeah.
So
How'd that go?
they were very hot to show the new freestyle guitar solo business. That was the main thing they were showing during their demos.
Yeah.
Watching that video that they put out, I did not completely understand how that stuff worked.
Yes.
Within 2 songs of actually playing it, I completely understand how that thing works now.
Yeah, I bet it's going to be the sort of thing where, like, when they're demoing it here to people at the show, but they're going to go, people are just going to go, oh, so I just play whatever, and just go,
Well, that's what they did with the drum solo, so I assume that that's going to be the first thing people will want to do.
right. Yeah. So they've fixed the drum solos in this game as well.
So the drum fills, it's what they did in 3, where you can toggle it. Is either there's the full fill section or it's just the crash.
Right. Okay.
And it's the same thing with the solos. It is a toggleable thing. If you just want the fully charted solos as they were, they're there. But if you want to noodle around with this thing, it's kind of neat. Because the only thing you have to pay attention to for the most part is the strum bar. There's a number of visual cues that tell you whether you're supposed to be on the top of the neck or down. And then it's just like, here are 8th notes, here are 16th notes. Just try and strum along
here's
with
a wavy line,
Yes.
so play whatever
That's
on
like
this side.
that's where you're supposed to do feedback and the whammy bar kind of stuff.
Okay.
That's like a sustained note where you're like holding it.
Yeah.
But in general, you can kind of just play any combination of notes that you want.
Yeah.
And it weirdly works. Like, it actually sounds like it jives with the song.
Yeah, so when I saw it, they had a dev mode toggle for you just, hey, solo through the entire song. And I just was able to play through a Tom Petty song with it just kind of set to solo and just kind of soloed my way through the entire song.
Which one?
Run Down a Dream? I actually
Yeah, it was Run Down a Dream as they had on there.
What songs are even in this thing? I feel like I haven't heard any.
So, I mean, they're showing it off with like a mix of like existing
Old
DLC
and new, yeah.
and some of the new stuff. I think they announced like 6 new songs right before, including Warrior by Scandal.
Yep. That was one of the first ones they showed.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
And they're confirming 1,500 DLC songs at this point. Is that
That was what they
confirmed?
said will be available. I think they're probably still trying to add more, but that's what they're saying of the old DLC will be available.
So one of the things they said when they introduced the guitar solo stuff, when I saw it a few weeks ago, was I guess Greg Lopiccolo up there, kind of saying like, "Hey, this is something we've been trying to do since the beginning.
Yes.
This is something we've wanted to do. You spent some time working at Harmonix through like what, like Rock Band 3?
It was 2 through 3. Like, I was there for 2 and I was there for Beatles.
Okay. Did you get any sense that was something that was happening internally, or was it something that they were banging away on off? Off to the side.
It was kind of something they were banging away on off to the side. There was I never played any builds that had that stuff in it. I think they never really got too far beyond the experimental stage with most of those games. I think if I'm totally hopefully not making this up, but I remember 3. That was something they were also talking about. But I think Pro Guitar and everything else kind of won that battle.
Oh, sure.
And it for what it sounds like, the version that they have now is something they've really only been experimenting with for the last year.
Okay.
And that was when they finally felt like they had the right system, the right technology to make that work.
Right.
So is the old DLC going to be retrofitted with the new systems for solos and stuff
It
like that?
sounds like they will have it.
Yeah.
Because like the Tom Petty song is an old DLC song.
Okay.
So, and it was there and it worked. And apparently whatever tech they're using, there's some proprietary stuff and there's something they're licensing. Whatever they're licensing has a database of like every major guitar amp ever. So, and they're just using that to kind of like they're associating
like software amp, like an amplitude type thing, and
So somehow it works.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool idea.
Yeah.
That I had fun with when I was messing with it a while back.
It makes the performance aspect much better because you're not sitting there just kind of like trying to hit every single note like carefully looking at it. Like you just have to watch the strumming and then you can just screw
but
around
it seems
any
like
way
if
you
people
want.
aren't watching the strumming, it still kind of sounds like a mess.
It's not hard. Like I within 2 songs, I had started nailing it, and I have not played Rock Band guitar in a very long time.
I more just mean drunken people that are willfully not interested in getting it.
I think they'll still
you'll
make
have
something
situations
work.
where
Right
Yeah.
here.
it'll be in key, but it'll still be people going as fast as they
Yeah.
can. I went to that Microsoft thing last night very briefly, and that's exactly what someone was doing there. Is just like, so I just play whatever, and it's just like, I mean, yeah, you
can do
could
that.
do
Doing
that.
the Hendrix teeth thing.
Yeah, no, totally. That's yes, yeah. I want to learn. I'm going to start playing all my. Got to a point where I could actually play. I mean, that's not that hard, really, because you're still looking at the screen. But like playing behind my head and stuff like that.
Bunch of showboats over here.
What?
Chip is part of the guitar playing.
Just me hanging out in my underwear playing Rock Band by myself,
And then went wireless, you spin around.
crying. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The way it was meant to be played.
yeah,
Sobbing.
sobbing. Yes, Dan, what'd you get around and see today?
Drew and I played some Halo Guardians, and Brad, I think you got around to that today, right?
Yeah, me
I
and
did as
Jeff.
well.
Okay, so a few of us have the that Warzone mode,
Yes.
and I think we probably played on that same map, that kind of dusty one that was on a cliffside.
Yeah, I
It
think that's
seemed.
the only map they have.
Yeah. It was weird because like we didn't really have much of a briefing as far as what this mode was. You know, we saw the press conference thing, but once we got thrown into it, it was pretty easy to tell. Like just things on the HUD would pop up. Like, okay, these seem to be like neutral robots that are probably mad at us. I should probably kill them.
Right, yeah.
and
You
then
get, like, you know, there were like legendary monsters that would
Yeah.
give you. So it's like 1,000 points to win, but there were legendary creatures that would give you 200 points if you killed them.
yeah, it'll be
so-
like 75 VP or whatever.
Right,
and
but
you
you're not
get,
going to kill them
victory
yourself.
points.
So it's like, hey,
Right.
guys, let's go kill the thing.
You said legendary monsters, and something I didn't know was in me went ooh, because
Yeah.
like I didn't know I wanted to shoot like
That's just your brain playing tricks on
it
you.
is, but
Yeah.
like but also I didn't know that was a thing. I hadn't thought about Halo as a thing with creeps or with NPCs
Right.
in the multiplayer.
Well, maybe
matches.
we can like trick Brad on this one. It's like they filled the map with a lot of Roshans.
Okay, all right.
Is that a Dota thing?
maybe.
Okay.
Just assume it is.
Let me pick
Oh,
up the
yeah,
Aegis.
you
You get
do.
cheese, though.
All right.
How do I-
I'm going
do
to
I-
pop my BKB.
How many?
And buy
how
back.
expensive is the rapier?
You can buy back. You can sort of buy back in this game. Actually,
60
weirdly enough,
6,300.
you can jump the respawn queue if you spend your
Can you?
requisition points.
Oh, no shit.
So if you buy a vehicle, so it's that's the
right,
other thing.
right.
It's like you
How
have
do
you have a default loadout
Okay.
of like kind of standard Halo weapons. But
like
if you
assault
want like a
rifle and
rocket
pistol.
launcher, or if you want to spawn in a ghost, then
Which I do.
Then you have to have a certain level of clearance, and then you can only call in a certain number of those per match.
And you earn clearance by
Just playing.
Yeah.
I don't
level
know.
up, so like you will level and like your team as a whole levels, and you
Oh,
get these little
okay.
green pips at the bottom. And so like by the end of the match, I had like 6 or 7, or actually more than that, pips. And so you could buy like, oh, this Spartan laser for 6 points or whatever, and then it just seemed to kind of be like a cooldown at the bottom. Although we couldn't tell if it was a cooldown or if it was your team.
Well, when I
doing
went to go
shit.
spawn a ghost, it just said ghost ×2, and then
Yeah,
when
that's
that
your
one
stock.
blew up, so it looks like
Yeah.
you have a stock of
Oh,
ghosts.
okay.
It's not
Yeah.
you're not spending your pips.
But
You're
before
just-
that, your team has to level up, and every level your team gains, it unlocks some number of new weapons
Yeah.
and vehicles that you can access. So, like, the better your team does, the better a chance you have of just stomping them, because you're getting better and better stuff constantly.
right.
Well, there's also an element of just like typical domination, to where there were 3 control points basically.
Okay.
And if you hold all 3 of those, like these, laser walls or whatever go down, and you go to attack the team's core. And so you can win by getting to 1,000 overall points, which you get by kills and just the typical domination thing.
Yeah.
Or if you don't get to 1,000, you can just destroy the core and win right away.
Right.
Or time runs out,
yeah.
and whoever's got the
Yeah.
most.
Yeah.
So it
sounds
had
cool.
a lot of different elements and stuff, and yeah, having like AI mid bosses and stuff in the middle of the field that are just kind of fucking up everyone regardless of red or blue. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff.
It was a fun mixed
To it.
mode of just a kind of a grab bag of
Yeah.
stuff.
But also, like I just it's been a while since that beta was out, and kind of haven't really been thinking a lot about Halo 5 lately. But like getting back to it and playing a little bit, there was this moment of like, wow, this is really fucking smooth.
It plays
Yeah,
really
Like
well.
that like 60 frames a second goes a long way.
Yeah.
Especially for a franchise like Halo that hasn't necessarily had that all the time.
Well, and the mobility stuff, using that B button to kind of dash around. I didn't do much of the like Spartan charge thing, but sometimes if you're on the elevated thing and you jump up, you can hold in that RB thing to set your reticle and try to do a ground pound on someone.
Yeah.
Which if you land that, that's super satisfying. But yeah, it just feels really good. The clamber thing's really good. Like extending jumps with that B button. Like the whole thing just controlled well. The presentation was awesome. I like the idea of this new mode. So yeah, I mean, I think overall the game looks awesome.
Yeah, so Brad and I got an extended version of that to a certain extent because we were taught the rules of Warzone while wearing HoloLens.
Yeah, from Captain Chambers, was it?
No, it was Sarah
Captain Palmer.
Sarah
Commander
Palmer.
Palmer.
She's the lady from the Lady Spartan from the Halo.
Okay, she was standing on the table in front of us.
Yeah, so real crazy. This was actually really cool.
This is-
I was
yeah.
actually, I mean, like there are holes in this tech that this can't be the final HoloLens.
Yeah.
But so they started by actually I don't have it, but they started by measuring the distance between our eyes.
Yep.
Which is I think step one to say like this is not the final HoloLens.
Right.
And when they determined that, they were able to configure it to what it needed to be or whatever. They put us in, had us calibrate, and then they just said like, hey, turn left and follow the waypoint. and you turn your head to the left, and there's like a fucking Halo waypoint down the hallway,
Like floating in the middle,
floating in the
midair.
middle of the room, in the middle of space.
It
and
looked
you're
like it belonged there.
Yeah.
just like pointing to which room you needed to go into.
Man.
it was fucking crazy.
It was really trippy.
Yo, like this is the shit that we were all like rolling our eyes at when Google Glass was trying to pitch it to us.
Yeah.
But in the context of video games,
This-
it feels
Well, in the context of actually like being an overlay and not a little thing in the
Right.
corner too,
Right.
like
Yeah.
that's
Totally.
that's
Well,
a
totally.
big difference.
the graphics they're able to display in the field of view of this thing are really nice. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what, it's probably a PC off in a closet somewhere rendering them, but,
Right,
but
yeah.
they look really good.
Yeah, for this demo, yeah, it's hard to say what the final experience would be like based on this, but like in terms of like proof of concept of technology, I came out of the thing going like, fuck, like that was really neat.
So does
Yeah.
it feel like something's been projected onto glass, or does it feel like there's a thing in the
it
world?
felt like it was down the hall.
It feels like
fuck,
so.
man.
The,
Like-
the moment for me was so the animation we were watching was like this kind of computer graphicsy looking like hologram mission briefing thing. You know, kind of zooming into the map and showing you points of control and stuff. But there was that point where the little terminal that you get the weapons out of, like they zoomed it out of the map toward you and floated it in midair. It's like this is the thing you run up to get your weapons out of. Like my brain had a little like my brain tweaked for a second, and I almost like reached up to touch the thing because it was floating right in front of me, and it looked
yeah,
kinda real.
Like it looked like it was in.
it looked tangibly there. in
And so,
front of
like, you walk to the waypoint,
Man.
then on your way to this briefing table, they actually had to like, hey, stop and look at this thing, and you look over this panel, and it is, you know, as you look at the panel, you see that it is projecting something on it. It's a little window, so it's like it opens up, and it's like you're just looking out into a hangar, and there's a
Yeah.
bunch of spaceships out there.
You can see,
and I
like-
got down low and looked,
Yeah.
and the angle changed appropriately.
The-
It didn't pop. It wasn't janky. I was
Yeah.
just looking at it going like,
the perspective change as you move physically around the thing, like it's almost perfect. Like
were you-
the tracking is really impressive.
So were you like actually looking at a wall and it looked like you were seeing a window? With,
Yeah,
like
they were
a hanger
painting
behind
the
it?
window, but there was depth to it. It looked 3D, like it looked like it was actually far away.
yeah. So after a little bit of that, the window closes. Then you walk in and get this briefing. And at one point in the briefing, like before the briefing started, we were sitting there looking at a spinning ship.
yeah.
And when you looked at the ship, a little reticle would pop up on the ship, and you could look around at different spots on the ship, and it would highlight them and say, "Hey, this is the engine room. This is the other bit." So it was like
Yeah.
interactive, and I think that was probably different for everyone in the room. There were like 5 people around this table. They all had it facing them. And the table had a bunch of dots on it, so you could look at it and go like, okay, that's probably how they're like figuring out how to make
Yeah.
this all work.
Sure.
But like, other than it kind of popping a couple of times, it was pretty good. The
Yeah.
only thing I'll say though is like, so the other kind of proof of concept thing is like, it didn't fill your entire peripheral
field-
vision.
the field of view
it
is
was
fucking
like a
tiny.
16:9 square, like in the middle of your vision.
It was hard for me to keep the entire scene.
yeah. So I had
in
to
that-
step back to
Yeah.
see it all.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's one thing where you're like, okay, this you can't ship this.
Which again, that's not how it looks in their Minecraft
Yeah,
demo.
exactly.
They don't
that was
indicate
the
that
whole
in the
thing.
demos.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing was that there's audio in that thing, but it was like kind of coming out of it, and it was really tinny
Yeah.
in a way that like it sounded fine for the thing we were, you know, the presentation we were getting right then and there. But if you were expecting like game audio to come out of that thing, it would be unacceptable.
Right.
So with the reticle down the hallway, let's say something's supposed to be 20 feet down the hall. Like if you put your hand in front of the glass or whatever, it would still be
if
like
you put your
projected on your
hand-
hand,
yes, it-
right?
yes,
okay. 'Cause
exactly.
it can't know
Yes.
that like it's
Okay.
in the way.
Yes,
Okay.
I did that a couple of times. Like put my hand over the table
Right.
and still saw the.
It's projected on your hand.
was- yeah.
basically.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
shame.
okay.
Yeah.
To
I
be
I
fair,
don't
that
know how they
also
would-
happens with waypoints in video games, where it's like if our waypoint is over there, it'll just show up through the
That's true,
wall.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
There could be like a whole
Yeah.
building between you and the waypoint.
Yeah.
You still see the waypoint. So.
Right.
But other than like intentionally trying to break the illusion, like it looked like it was actually that far away. It looked like it was a good 15 feet down the hall.
It was rad.
It was pretty fucking
Like-
crazy.
I don't know how they use this in conjunction with video games and the Xbox and
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, I bet they
But-
don't either.
Yo,
Well, that's what they hired. Was it Casey Hudson to figure
Casey
out?
yeah.
Hudson
Right?
came in.
But like that thing's fucking cool as
Yeah.
shit.
I
Yeah.
want those escape the room games. Do you know about those?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I
yeah.
want them to get HoloLens and
Yeah.
just have just like an empty
Oh.
building and just like do some shit.
Like
Yeah.
iterate on that tech another 2 or 3 years, and it'll be
Yeah.
holy shit amazing.
Yeah, it was.
That's interesting.
It was already kind
It
of
was-
there,
yeah.
but like there were too many limitations.
Yes,
Like this
yes.
isn't something they couldn't take this and put it in a store.
It's not a consumer
But
product.
even
it's-
even the
it-
sensation of using
Yeah.
what they had was already like nothing I had ever
Right.
seen before.
It's smart of them to get out there right now and do
Yeah.
this though, because
Yeah.
in a
Yeah.
year, all of us will have done something like this at a Best Buy.
Right.
And
Yeah.
and now this is the first time you've done it. This is now tied to your memory of augmented reality. really.
Yeah, it was smart for them to make like a cool little Halo thing
Yep.
too, because that's not going to be in the final game. Like when we booked this thing, and it was like Halo 5 Experience,
Yeah,
and
that's
you
what they were
kind of knew
calling
that
it.
HoloLens was involved. Like, okay, so is Halo 5 going to have HoloLens support? That game's out this fall. What's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah.
It was not
Totally separate.
Totally separate
They walked
thing.
us. They made us take the HoloLens off and walk into another room to play the game.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, man,
But
the
it's
thing was
crazy.
cool.
It is really interesting.
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess I wasn't really sure what to expect, but it was
Yeah.
it was pretty neat. Let's see. So, Austin,
Hey,
you were out and about.
I was today. I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
I saw people.
Cool.
They were nice.
Good.
It's loud in there.
Yeah.
Which
Have you been to E3?
This is my first
This is your first
E3.
E3.
Oh, wow.
It's my first
Okay,
E3.
so
I know. That's
out on
why
the show floor.
I just kind of like I spent some time today walking around the show floor and trying to like get my bearings. And tomorrow I have some appointments.
Yeah.
So that'll be most of what I do. Today it was just like, like I thought this place was closed to the public. It's just that now everyone can have a YouTube channel and everyone
Right.
can have like. I'm not trying to take away from the people who have those things at all.
Totally.
Like they put in way more work than
Look,
I
when,
do.
when I was getting into CES in '94, it was like this Kinko's printed
Right.
newsletter that was like, "Yeah, we're the media."
Yeah.
Yep.
I wonder
You know,
what the threshold is for like YouTube subscribers.
I don't know,
It's
I don't
like,
know. But, like, it's-
50,000.
Well,
or-
at some point they raised they kind of added some restrictions for online media to say like, hey, you
Yeah.
need to have tax forms, you need to be a
Yep.
business.
Right. Oh,
and
wow.
I remember
also
when we started this site, we had to present our business license to get.
right
to get
yeah
E3
the first
media
year they wanted
badges.
that, and then
Oh, wow.
it hasn't been a problem ever
Yeah,
since.
yeah,
but
yeah.
It's an
As-
interesting thing.
As of even like 2008, I was just giving friends like a Kodak
Right.
camera and be like, "Hey, just say you're my photographer." They,
Yeah.
they would get in,
Right.
So that must be
Oh
recent.
yeah,
that
I
they
had my
cut down on that.
friend
Yeah.
put my name on his GeoCities site one year, and that was fine for a media badge.
yeah, like it
We
used
should
to
get a
be.
GeoCities site.
Yeah,
I got in with Bleem
You know,
originally.
we should
That's
just
right. You were here with Bleem,
Bleemcast?
Bleem.
Like that
Wow.
thing?
Yeah.
emulating PS1 games, hauling
Getting shut down by
T-shirts or
Sony
something.
lawyers.
Did Sony lawyers just straight up? They came over to the booth and
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
started
Kensha.
shit,
yes,
didn't they?
Yep.
yes.
Oh, you're Kensha.
They started
All right.
messes.
Yeah,
It was fantastic.
That was scandalous.
that was really great stuff.
Things
Yeah.
are a little more clean.
Banned
these
from
days.
E3.
You could play Metal Gear
I
Solid on
wasn't.
Dreamcast.
Last night I played For Honored though. For Honor, and I
Yeah.
liked that. That was a thing.
Yeah,
We recorded the thing. Alex and I recorded the thing about that. People should listen to that.
Yeah,
but
what's
like,
the story? What?
I mean, it's a multiplayer game.
No, I mean, like, what's the story? Like, how do you cut
All right,
fools?
so you and
Like,
me, like there's a battlefield.
Okay,
right?
all right, Battlefield.
It's
I
like
played
all right,
that.
so there's 3 control points.
Okay, I unlock scopes. What am I doing here?
Well, you unlock like the ability to rally your troops.
Okay.
All right, so there's 3 control points on a map.
Okay.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
It's 4 and 4. Each team wants to take over multiple control points to gain like victory points. Once you gain 1,000 victory points, it breaks the other team, and then instead of respawning, they're in permadeath mode.
Okay.
So that's like the kind of big picture structure of it. The small stuff is like R1 is light attack, R2 is heavy attack. That's how you kill like just the peons, just like the regular troops. When
So
you
there's AI troops.
there are AI
out there
troops.
as well.
That
Okay,
stuff
yeah.
from the trailer
Yeah.
was true. And they are like contesting the points. They will fill up the points, especially like the central point, and you have to kill them to capture that point. The hero units, like kind of like other knights and stuff, you have to lock onto them with like the left trigger. And then it's like a positional thing where right thumbstick changes whether your stance like right, left, or up. And if you and I are matching stances, you'll block every attack I hit.
Okay.
So and there's an indicator on the screen to tell like, oh, he's in top stance. Like this was an animation, but also just like a little line, right?
Yeah.
And so if I'm up there and you're up there, then I'll block you. But it's a lot of like juking and like trying to, psych you out.
It's Nidhogg.
It does feel a little bit like Nidhogg, except what if also in the middle of you and me playing Nidhogg, Brad could come up and just like hit me in the back of the head?
No, I don't
and
like
right
that
now,
at
like
all.
that's not real fun. It's not really good about letting you escape from combat in like a quick way. But it's very clear that escaping from combat is very important because if I can,
Like a 2-on-1 situation seems like it'd go real bad.
it can go real bad. It can go, but at the same time, it can go real bad over the course of 10 seconds, or it can go real bad over the course of 2 minutes. And if I get
Okay.
you 2 locked up on me for 2 minutes, then I've done my job.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even if I lose that, then you're here at control point A that you never actually get because it's contested, instead, while the rest of my team is running the rest of it.
Yeah.
And so it ends up being really fun. There's this, like, really great back and forth especially at the end of the match where both sides keep going into this broken state where it's like, oh shit, like we're down to 2 people. Oh, we rally, and we get them back into the same state, and then they rally, and that is really interesting. And I'm curious to see if what that is. You know,
Right, in terms of it being a full game, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Does the dueling feel like a good old fashioned sword fight? Like, do you feel like you can see their move coming in and anticipate it and kind of counter it or parry or whatever?
Yeah, like there was definitely that feeling of like last second switching into the right stance so that you get that parry and then doing a quick couple of counter hits. It's not as deadly as Bushido Blade. I want everything to be as deadly as Bushido Blade.
Yeah.
But it's still like a good combo or two.
Load times are too long these days for
They
everything
really
to be as
are.
deadly
This
as
is true.
Bushido Blade.
This is true.
Yeah.
Real talk, load times are already too long for Bushido Blade.
yeah,
Times
all
between
right.
matches was
Yeah,
not good. So the thing that ends up being kind of nice about it not being super deadly is that you can get someone down to like 1 little bar of health, and then they will manage to get away from you. And that chase is really interesting and fun. So they're doing something there. I hope the samurai are cool. I hope the Vikings are cool. We
Right, I
only saw
wonder
the
like how
knights.
different it would
Right. I hope it's not just they have samurai archers instead of a catapult.
Right.
That's like some of the special abilities, right? I hope that they feel different, and I would like to see the cross cultural combat stuff. I want to know who the deadliest warrior is.
There was already a game for
Yeah,
that.
let's not
They
talk
already
about
answered
those
that
deadliest
question.
warrior
Was there?
games.
I don't. Okay,
The deadliest warrior was you all along.
that's all right.
Those are they're kind of like bad but brutal fighting games. You ever play that stuff?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No. Was
I
that
think you and I
Arcade?
quick looked one of those a long
Yeah, it
time
was like
ago.
XBLA. Like it was
Oh, okay.
rough. It's pretty rough stuff, but it did super well, if I remember right.
Yes.
Because they made a second
They
one.
made, yes.
Oh
they
wait,
made
it was
more.
based on the TV show.
Yes.
Right? Okay,
The TV
yeah,
That was
yes,
I didn't
I
come
did
up
play
with the
that.
phrase.
You'd be like a knight fighting. Like
Yeah.
Okay.
This
yeah,
is the frustrating thing. Actually, was like I asked them like, "Oh, is Bushido Blade one of your influences? Is this like Mountain Blade? Because it is. It's like Mountain Blade in terms of
Yeah.
the combat and stuff." They're like, "No. This is an original idea. This is
a
a
new
new genre."
No one has ever made a
Dog,
game
I'm getting
called
control
Melee
points.
Combat. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Dog.
Like,
So, but maybe they do have a single player campaign that I don't
don't
know
make
about.
that guy take the sword cane out.
He was there. I didn't talk to him. I was afraid.
It's pretty intense.
Yeah.
He was
With
very
cane?
intense. He had the
Yeah, he had
cane
the cane.
and the beard. Neither of those were props.
That's a winning combo.
Yeah, he looked pretty. He looked pretty intense. So that was
Cool.
good.
All right.
I saw someone else on the show floor with a cane today.
Yeah.
It made me wonder.
How much vaping did you guys see?
None.
None.
I saw some
Pirate vapor?
Yeah, we saw the vape pirate out there on the streets.
Wait.
the vape pirate?
Yeah. Oh, it was.
I mean,
Was
The
he's
vape
like,
god?
as a
he's a
pirate?
World
vape
famous?
god.
shirt unbuttoned to about here,
Do-rag.
and just vaping constantly. And the whole time I saw him on the show floor, I was wondering if he was cosplaying or if that was just him. I think that's just that dude.
cosplaying.
I don't know if I like
The
vape
vape
pirate
god.
or vape god better.
He looked at the pirate like to me. Brad,
Like you can't vape on the floor, right?
He was.
Surely, like in the building.
He
Just
had a
vapor,
stupid metal
dude.
thing. in his-
Just
The laws
vapor.
have not caught up yet.
Come on, Brad.
Hello.
You spent some time out and about.
I did.
You saw some Dark Souls.
Yeah,
3.
I saw a bunch of Dark Souls 3.
Yeah.
Austin and I recorded a long conversation that's on the Giant Bomb Presents feed
Okay.
about that.
Give it to me quick.
Short answer, it looks like a Dark Souls game, but it looks really good. I mean, like it's at the level of Bloodborne in terms of fidelity and
Looks like a Dark Souls game, but it looks really good.
well,
I like that phrasing.
It looks current gen.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, all right.
Like it's clearly built from the ground up. Miyazaki was there. He was at the podium when I walked in the room. I was like, all right, good. You got the guy. He is directing it right. But he actually said during the Q&A that he has a co-director. Like it's been the big question. The fan base is like super fixated on is Miyazaki making these games? You know,
Right.
like to
yeah.
almost to like,
Because
to,
what's the deal? Like he didn't do Dark Souls 2,
Correct.
right?
Well,
So-
he had
and-
like an executive producer.
Yeah,
Right.
And a lot of people in the fan base consider 2 to be the worst one, and
They're
so
wrong.
like there's this narrative now that like, oh, if he doesn't direct the game, it's not going to be as good.
Yeah.
They actually started working on 3 like a year before 2 shipped, so like they were at like a prototyping phase by the time he actually came onto this. So they had a bunch of ideas in place, and it was going before he came onto the project. What else? They're going really heavy with like weapon customization stuff. Like where the major complaint about Bloodborne was, there's not enough options in like the builds for your character and how you want to play. Like it seems like they're going all the way in the other direction with this one because every weapon has like an alternate. It's not as simple as do I want to one-hand or two-hand this thing. Every weapon has like a sort of another stance you can go into with it now.
Is it like the Bloodborne stuff where you just flick your wrist and?
Well, it doesn't change. The weapon doesn't change, but
Okay,
like
it's just
with
how you hold it?
The one-hand sword that they were using, the example was they had a ready stance for that one, where the guy like would basically hold it like this up by his head, and that allows like a whole different set of animations you can go into. They're adding stuff like they're adding a short bow that you can shoot without going into the long drawn out like animation of shooting it. You can shoot it really fast, kind of from the hip, so you can like dash around a guy and be pelting him with arrows and mix sword in there and stuff.
Did that feel Bloodborne like where you kind of got your range?
No, not well, kind of. That particular like
Plus
that guy
the
was
sword.
wearing like basically rags and had like a short sword and the bow, so he was clearly built as like a very nimble character.
Yeah.
But they totally had like big sword and shield build guy
Right,
too.
yeah.
So it's obviously still got the Dark Souls stuff. You have a torch. It doesn't burn out like it did in 2. That's not time limited, and it's got like nice dynamic lighting on it and stuff. Which
For
is,
now,
we'll see. I don't know. I saw it running. It seems to work. They seem to have gotten past their technical issues with that stuff. It looks nice, but it looks like something Dark Souls fans will be way into.
cool.
But definitely still a Dark Souls game.
Cool. Alex, what else did you get around to see?
I saw a couple different things. I got over and I finally saw Cuphead.
Yeah,
that is
man.
playable
Nice.
on the floor.
Man.
I
Okay.
did not know that.
I got a chance to talk to one of the devs. I'm going to check on that interview to make sure it did not come out super garbled, but I talked to him for like 10 minutes, played a little bit of it. So that game is basically a series of boss fights.
Oh,
It is a
okay.
series
All right.
of fight, and they're meant to be longer. Like, I think they're supposed to
Interesting.
take like 10 to 15 minutes each, and it's hard.
Say that sounds intense.
Are there checkpoints in the middle of, like, once you get to
No,
Form 2 or
that's
whatever?
the thing. So, like, when I was asking him, like, what he was sort of looking at from a gameplay perspective, he was, like, listing off, like, 16-bit Contra games and, like, all these other, like, fairly hard shooters.
Okay.
And that's true to the experience that I had playing it, because I kind of got smoked in most of the fights that I tried to jump in on. It is, and he said the one mistake they made was it's just a hub world where you go from stage to stage. None of it is marked by difficulty for that demo, so you don't really know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
It almost
but
feels like Titan Souls or something.
in a way.
So there is no sequence of just kind of standard platforming with fodder enemies.
So what he said was that there's more that they're doing. Like, they're adding NPCs and they're adding some other stuff to that world. But I think the main stages are meant to be these individual fights.
Okay, I guess that's how they get to make that game look like that. Because if they
Yes.
generate
Yeah.
a full, like 8 full stages of art, at some point they're like, well, that's going to take us 9,000 years.
Or it
He was-
becomes
he said that-
tile-based and not
Right,
very
yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
He was telling me that, like, the animation stuff is definitely the most time-intensive aspect of that game. Like, they have been working very hard to ensure that every animation does exactly what it's supposed to, and that is ridiculously manpower-intensive.
Yeah, I
So
bet.
does it look as good as it seems to look?
It looks good up close.
Yeah,
It looks
yeah.
real good up close.
Yeah.
I think that, if that game has the progression that he says it will, where it's like it is actually much easier to start, and then it sort of eases you into some of those later stages, it could be really cool.
How's the sound design? Is there like some good 30s ragtime
Yes,
type stuff in
there
there?
is
Like
terrific jazz music,
Okay.
and all the sound, not all, but like a lot of the sound effects, like the shooting effects, are all mouthed.
Oh.
What?
Like they are doing
That's
they
Oh,
are,
that's amazing.
Yeah, they are doing vocal
Oh,
sound
Really
effects.
cool.
It's
And doesn't he actually, like, just do this when he shoots?
yes,
Like, that's
he
what
just
he's
does
shooting.
it.
He
He's
doesn't
just
have a
shooting
gun.
out of his hand. Yeah, it's
Good.
fantastic.
Okay.
Excellent.
is that coming out this year?
He was non-committal.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Dan, you see anything else?
We both went and saw XCOM 2.
We did.
Yeah, we saw a demo of one level. So yeah, we talked about a bit where this time the humans are kind of like the resistance and the aliens have taken over.
Yeah.
And the one we saw out to erect a statue to commemorate like 20 years of the aliens coming
unification.
down. Yeah. Where it seems like the mainstream media and stuff is saying they're like, oh, okay, the aliens are cool and everything, but they're really like super shitty or whatever.
So they're not
And
trying to
so-
eradicate humanity. They're trying to like
They're like
establish
enslaving
a
it
new order.
basically.
Huh.
Like they're in charge or something.
Okay.
Like that's kind of the
It's been
sense I got.
assimilated into the
Yeah.
broader alien culture.
we all sell out every day.
So yeah, there's plenty of people that are like on the alien
Yeah.
side or whatever, or the news and stuff. But you're the resistance, and so what
They
you're
just
trying
want
to
to
do.
taste the good life.
Listen, I'm
Everybody
just
does.
saying,
Right.
alien medicine is better than human medicine. Alien food is delicious. They have all sorts
And
of
we did
different
the
foods.
research. Like their armor is better.
They have, yeah,
Yeah,
we
that's
know
true.
that.
We took apart enough of their people
They
to know
fixed
that
the
like,
infrastructure.
They got
it's really
fucking
good.
mind powers.
The hover
Yeah.
trains run on time, baby.
Yeah.
So the whole mission is you're supposed to go in with your team and basically put C4 on the statue and blow it up for this big publicity thing for the resistance or whatever. And yeah, it's like it's more humanoid enemies. It seems like you're actually fighting humans that are pretty much assimilated in. Like they've got the armor on and they're fighting. For,
And they
like,
don't spill human blood. It looks like they have like alien blood. So it's either aliens that are cloaked as humans, or
Right.
they have just been brought into
Unification.
the the collective.
It's like brown, like when you
Yeah.
shot him, it's like brown
I'm
blood
just
or
going to
whatever.
name every soldier Roddy Piper.
I had a Roddy Piper in the first XCOM.
Great.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
And a lot
Nice.
of other wrestlers, obviously.
Okay.
But, of
course.
Yeah. That's pretty much everyone's wrestler.
Did you make them look like the wrestlers too?
Yeah, I did. I spent some time. Yeah. You couldn't change the nationality, though. But anyway, that's a whole other thing. So they had more things to where, let's say you had like a melee person. Like this one lady could dash up, and I think she had a sword,
She had a sword
or something.
attack, yeah.
And it would like cut in, like the camera would cut in for a more cinematic look at the kill or whatever. So I don't know if it's going to do that more frequently.
But there was a lot of cutscene like cut-ins during the battle. Like there were a lot of like story triggers that seems like they were
Yeah.
hitting throughout. And we could not tell if that was just this demo or if they're going for that with like all these story missions.
There was one part, where there's this huge armored van or whatever, and the back doors came open, and this crazy snake lady came out, and she had laser guns, and she came and killed one
And
of
then
your
she
dudes.
just one hit killed one of your teammates.
But
Cool.
then you had a dude with a little drone, and he flew up to the turret on top of the armored van, took it over. It seemed like there was a meter based on like your tech level for that soldier. Like the lower tech dudes could just disable it, could control it, but you couldn't like directly
You
control
couldn't
it. I think
directly-
it would basically put it on Overwatch maybe. But then this one went all the way up, and you could actually use it as a turn and be like, I want to shoot this guy with 90%,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it just like eviscerated the
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
dudes.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, it looks like XCOM with some new cool stuff.
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm super excited for
I'm
that
That's
one.
supposed to
this
do an
year
interview.
too.
That is this year. It's November.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to do an interview with them tomorrow.
Great.
Awesome.
Cool. I went to EA and checked out
Need for Speed.
Need for Speed, which seems interesting. They're showing kind of a quick 8-player demo where it's just like, hey, who can get the most points in 8 minutes and stuff like that, and everyone's just kind of loose in the world.
Oh, okay.
You're doing whatever events you want or no events. Like if you're just out there drifting, you're still earning rep. Like the currency is just straight up rep. You've got a lot of rep to earn in Need
On
for
these
Speed.
streets.
And you can earn it the 5 different ways. They're kind of 5 different styles or whatever. So they had drift attacks in there where you're just getting points for drifting. They've got head races in there, some car customization stuff.
Video.
They just showed the video from the press conference, so I didn't see any more of the FMV. But it looks nice and runs well.
Yeah.
They've got handling models in there too. You can kind of get in there and tweak some of the nitty gritty stuff. It's not quite Forza, but like tire pressure and stuff like that's in there. Or they just have an overall slider that they kind of pitch as like, do you want it to feel like Need for Speed Underground, where you're is it grip or drift? Like, do you want old Need for Speed or the more recent kind of Criterion drift Need for Speed type stuff? I went that direction and ended up it was actually a little too loose for me, and I just was getting a little too squirrely. But it looks nice. It's hard to kind of tell like how their kind of 5 different narratives and 5 different FMV sets and all that stuff will fit together, because that it wasn't really in the build. But in terms of like looking at the tech and looking at where they're at, like it looks really nice, and the handling seems good. So that seems like it could be cool. And I played the co-op Star Wars Battlefront.
Is that the mission on the desert that they showed?
Yeah, it's a Tatooine level. That was the one they were pitching as like having verticality, and you get a jetpack for that.
What in Tatooine was vertical? It's just like a desert.
Dune.
There are fucking cliffs up here, and
Okay.
there's valleys and ravines and stuff. It's not like you're climbing a building or anything.
Okay.
But so it's a wave-based survival mode. They have 6 waves in here. With the full version, I'll have 15. And you build a loadout. You're kind of picking weapons, and then you are picking a set of cards. You pick a hand, and that sounds like that'll carry into the competitive multiplayer as well, where you'll equip cards, and they're basically like perks, like items or something. So, for me, I had on right bumper or on R1 was the jetpack. On L1 was a 3-shot grenade launcher. And then the cooldown was an ion shot that does more damage to vehicles. So when the walkers drop in, the AT-STs, those are the 2-legged ones, right?
Yes.
When those drop into the wave, you pop that and do more damage to them that way. It's 2-player. We were playing split screen. Frame rate held up.
Ooh.
And the game has active reload. Like, you don't reload the gun. When you're firing the weapon, there's a heat meter that starts to fill up. If you let off, it drains. If you fill it, then you start to see basically a section on the heat meter that, as it starts to scale back down, you've got to active reload to clear all your heat immediately and get and
Okay.
keep firing.
That's neat.
So that's like your keep firing option, or you can just never let it get all the way up to the top, and then you'll always kind of have a little bit of shot to shoot.
So no aim down sights in that game? Is that right?
You can left trigger, right trigger that thing. It's just not sights; it's a scope.
Okay.
On that gun, I didn't fire any pistols or anything that didn't have a scope on it, so I'm not really sure how that would work out. If it's just like if the button does nothing or what the deal is, but
Good sounds.
yeah, totally. Like the very great sound. I mean, it's the kind of thing that comes with making a Star Wars game.
Yeah.
But wearing those headphones, it sounded very effective. And they're showing that multiplayer there as well, but the competitive multiplayer. But I didn't check that out. And then we saw Uncharted.
Yes, we saw a longer version of the demo from the press conference.
Yes, they played it a little differently. The driving part, there are alternate pathways you can take and some other things you can do, and they did some of those things in there.
They spent a little bit more time on foot before the driving sequence this time, I think.
Yeah,
They kind of
little bit.
jumped across a few more rooftops and fought a few more guys before they jumped in the Jeep.
Yeah. So it seems like there is some variance there, and they showed past the part where like you grapple onto the crane or whatever.
The True Lies thing?
Yeah,
The bridge
or
whatever, yeah.
It shows past that.
showed
So
quite a bit
At
past
that
that.
point, it's largely on rails.
Yeah.
You're getting dragged by that thing, and eventually you get dragged up onto the land, and you're just straight up shooting people while you're getting dragged, like shooting the engines of cars, making it blow up.
Yeah.
Shooting people off motorcycles. Eventually getting up into the back of a truck, punching people in the face. Doing the sort of stuff
Uncharted
you
type
would
shit.
expect.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
Uncharted type shit, for sure.
That looks like the
Some
most...
quick time events as you escape a burning Jeep.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like the most expensive game ever made. Like
That sequence,
full
I mean, it
fucking
looked,
stop.
It looked out fucking standing.
It has the most graphics of any game I've ever seen.
Most graphics.
Give me a
is
pixel count.
fucking insane.
Give me how many voxels?
Like the amount of detail and animation and shit going on in that game.
You know it's
like,
gonna be in the back of
holy
the box
fuck.
now, right? Most graphics, giant
Yep.
bomb.
Right.
We keep threatening to add that category.
But at the same time,
Yeah.
you're popping up over cover and shooting at guys who kind of sponge bullets until
Absolutely.
they go down.
You're on rails shooting people that are driving a Jeep next to you.
Yeah.
It's totally that
I
game.
don't know. Like I started feeling a little bit of that old Uncharted spirit watching it. I was like, he's a fun, roguish swashbuckler. I might be able to enjoy this again. But like, it is the exact same set PC type stuff.
Yeah, and they had a little bit at the
Some of
end where you do manage to escape with your brother,
Yeah.
reunite with Sully, and then run into
Elena. Yes, she seems upset with you.
Yes. She
Imagine
seems,
that.
She seems to think you should have been somewhere else than where you are.
Yes,
So maybe you lied to her to go do some job or something.
Damn it, Nathan Drake.
What a jerk.
and
Such a rogue.
He just said he left for cigarettes, and then he went off doing
Basically,
that stuff.
yeah, pretty much. So, it looked
It looks
fantastic,
incredible.
Yeah, it looked fantastic, and we saw it being played as well, and
Right.
it looked like that still.
Yeah.
So, that's the bulk of what I saw today.
Yep.
I saw Greg Miller. He seems to be doing well.
You ate a hot pepper.
I did. Yeah, that's on the internet.
It's on the internet.
Yeah. Well, that's I think going to do it for our first segment. Anyone see anything else?
Yeah, I
Real
just
bit
very
here?
briefly,
Yeah.
I got a chance to play Watam with Keita Takahashi.
What do you do?
Okay, so it's kind of that game is basically a halfway point between Katamari, which had like objectives and levels, and Nobi Nobi Boy, which was just directionless craziness for the most part.
Perfect. All right, great.
Basically the whole premise of the game is you are messing around with these different characters that you saw in that trailer they put out.
Yeah.
There are different objectives you have to do to progress to each next stage. The one boss fight they showed was this pillow character who every time he would hold hands with another character, he would put them to sleep. So you had to find the character that would stop that from happening, and it was a little coffee bean that was running around. And then the coffee bean held hands with the pillow. The pillow got really excited. Everyone woke up, and then eventually you have to get the mayor in with everyone, and then they all explode, and that gets you to the next stage.
Video
course.
games.
That sounds really cool.
It sounds great.
It's really cute. I really liked it.
It sounds
was
a little
super
bit
fun.
like Hohokum in the sense that it's like about figuring out what the different traits of the different characters,
Yes.
different
Oh,
characteristics
yes.
of things in the world do, and like how do you bring them together?
There was sushi that was flying. One of them had a jetpack, but not a visible one. It's just the sushi was a rocket. And then there was a tree that would dance. and it'd shake out apples, and then you could eat the apples, and then you would poop, and then the poop would come out, and you'd do a little swirly, and then a toilet character would come down.
What happened?
And then you flush the poop into the toilet, and then you get golden poop. And then there was a soccer game. I don't know. It was pretty neat. I thought it was neat.
Was Pele there?
No, he's still backstage at the EA thing talking.
Oh,
He's almost done.
And probably not, actually.
yeah.
I want to play that game.
And with that, we'll be back after a break with our first set of guests.
Yeah, we'll all be friends together. We're gonna be friends. We're gonna be friends. We're gonna be friends. Oh, we're gonna be friends. We're gonna be friends. We're gonna be friends. We gotta have fun 'cause we got the magic. Gotta be yourself 'cause you're fantastic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Gotta send your feet and shake your head now. We're all gonna dance and freak out somehow. This is all we need. Yeah, we'll all be friends forever. Da, 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 da. Yeah, we'll all be friends together. Da, 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 da. I gotta have fun 'cause we got the magic. Gotta be yourself 'cause you're fantastic. Yeah, 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 yeah. Gotta send your feet and shake your head now. We're all gonna dance and freak out somehow. This is all we need. You got to have fun with friends. Stamp your feet and shake your head. When we're in it together, all we want and all we need is each other. Before the day is gone, we sing our song and we work things out together. We know our time has come, 'cause we can make a difference if we come together as one. Yeah, we'll all be friends forever. Da 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 da. We'll all be friends together. Da 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 da. We can make our lives a little better if we all just get along. We can build ourselves a better future. Together we're so strong. 'Cause we can make a difference if we come together as one. Yeah, we'll all be friends forever. Da 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 da. Oh yeah, we'll all be friends together. Da 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 da. Gotta have fun 'cause we've got the magic. Gotta be yourself 'cause you're fantastic. Yeah, 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 yeah. Gotta stamp your feet and shake your head now. We're all gonna dance and freak out somehow. This is all we need. When we're in it together, time goes by and touches everybody. So take a picture if you can. We'll go our separate ways and it doesn't matter, 'cause we know that if we can, we'll try to make a difference. Come together when we can. Gotta be yourself, cause you're fantastic, yeah, yeah, yeah. Gotta stamp your feet and shake your head now. We're all gonna dance and freak out somehow. This is all we need. Yeah, we'll all be friends forever. Yeah, we'll all be friends together. I gotta have fun cause we got the magic. Gotta be yourself cause you're fantastic. Yeah, 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 yeah. Gotta send your feet and shake your head now. We're all gonna dance and freak out somehow. This is all we need. You got to have fun with friends. Stamp your feet and shake your head. When we're in it together, all we want and all we need is each other. Before the day is gone, we sing our song and we work things out together. We know our time has come, 'cause we can make a difference if we come together as one.
And we're back. Hello, I'm Jeff. E3 2015 continues on somewhere around us, raging across this very city,
Raging.
destroying it
Yes.
piece by piece every year.
It's a rager.
It's not,
Ripping it apart.
there was no basketball finals to tear it apart, so we figured
No.
E3 had to do it, right? I'm joined by Mark and John from Mate 4. How you guys doing?
Hi.
Very good.
We're
Very
good.
good.
Brad's here.
I
Oh,
came to.
Hi, Brad.
so
Yes.
E3, you guys are based out of Japan.
Yes.
How often are you getting over here these days?
A couple times a year.
Yeah.
I have to
The big
say,
shows.
it's a good E3 for Japan.
Yeah,
Right?
Seems like it.
Like
yeah.
the Sony conference, the big three were all Japan. When you sit down and think about it, you live in Japan for a while, you work in the game industry. It's kind of easy to get a little down on things
Sure.
sometimes.
Yeah, unless
They're
you're
popping
like
the pills.
localizing mobile games or something.
Yeah.
Like, how's it been going?
Well,
Yeah.
theoretically,
Okay, yeah.
hypothetically,
Yeah.
you could, want to slit your wrists when you are, translating match 3 games. But
I love match 3 games.
it helps when you come to E3
It's a living.
and you get the Last Guardian, you get the Shenmue Kickstarter,
Concept
and
had Recore.
and
That's
they
right.
had that too,
Right, yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
Yeah.
which have they talked any more about that
Not
outside of
really,
that
no.
trailer?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually thought that looked cool, and I was told to my face you lived in Japan too long by somebody for saying that, but
I thought
actually,
it looked cool.
No, I thought it looked really
you kind of
cool.
can you kind of think, okay, I think I see what this game could kind of be
Yeah.
with the name and what they showed and stuff like that.
Like to
and,
me, like that trailer just seems like puzzle solving all day long. Of like take core out of thing, put into other thing to solve situation.
God, what was the game? It was not noticed by anybody, but
Boy and his blob.
no. Yes, that was it.
Besides
That
that
was
one.
it. No, there was one that was made by Game Republic that you had a large creature that did your bidding. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking
Nobody
about,
noticed this game.
but I
It
can't
came
remember
and
the name of
went,
it.
But it actually had a pretty cool mechanic.
I played it.
And I think you switched between you and your sidekick, and I think you might have changed different sidekicks. Anyway, it reminded me of this game that was so great that none of us can remember the name of it.
Really amazing.
But
It was inspired by a boy and his blob.
but yeah, I mean, what did you guys think of? What do you guys think of that stuff that happened? I'm sure you've talked about it to death.
Yeah.
But those three, the Shenmue, Final Fantasy remake, Final Fantasy VII remake.
It's 3 games that I think they should make, but 3 games that I am pretty much completely uninterested in.
Were you ever into Final Fantasy VII?
No.
You just
No,
Really?
I
left
got
it.
to the snowboarding part and said, you know what, fuck.
So you're not really an RPG guy in general.
Not and that was the kind of the game that was my last hurrah for it of just like okay, like I played Final Fantasy IV. I was a big
Right.
Phantasy Star guy,
Okay.
Okay.
and then just kind of fell off. So
Right.
7 was kind of my attempt to kind of get back in a little bit, and it just did nothing for me. So I never ended up finishing it.
Brad,
back-
did you
back
cry
then.
when Aerith died?
I got a little misty. I don't.
Spoilers? Come on, man. That game's not out
Yeah,
yet.
seriously, come
Hey,
on,
it's a
man.
remake. They
The
made a whole
remake
new
generation.
Cloud dies in the remake.
Anything could change. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a whole.
I mean, I have enjoyed some Final Fantasy in my time.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII is not even in my top 5 Final Fantasies, though. So for that game
okay.
to be the one getting all
Top
this
5 Final
attention,
Fantasies.
Yeah,
go.
go. Yeah.
in order, well, okay, not in order, but 4, 6, 10.
10?
You put
Yeah,
10 in front of 7.
yeah.
All right. You don't need to finish. Don't worry about the other 2.
10
That's
2.
all right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. 13. Why not just fucking throw 13 out
Bucket
there?
carrying simulator.
But
7 might crack the top 5, maybe. Anyway.
what about Last Guardian? Are they shown more? All I know about it is what we saw.
I think we're scheduled to see a little bit more at some point. We
Okay.
haven't seen it yet, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. So, yeah. So we just saw what was at the press conference,
Okay.
which, it's
Yeah.
a case where I'm not a big eco guy. So
Right,
like,
okay, yeah.
it
Kinda- it kinda looked
lady
like a
with a
known
big
quantity
dog thing.
to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
you look
it
at it, you're like,
just-
okay.
it's
it
like-
looked like Eco and Shadow
Yeah.
of the Colossus both put together.
It's like Eco with the bird dog instead of the girl.
Right. I'm also not an Eco guy, but I was a big
Really?
Shadow of the Colossus guy.
Oh,
yeah,
wait, I didn't
which
know-
is
I didn't know it was
we
legal.
exist.
I didn't know it
Yeah.
was legal,
No,
but
we
only, like,
exist.
one of those.
Look at the sales
I love
numbers.
them both.
And they
we
let you
definitely
live in
exist.
Japan.
No, yeah, I know.
Okay.
They let me in the country
Weird,
somehow, but
yeah.
if you look at the sales numbers, we definitely exist because Eco did nothing and Shadow actually
Really?
like blew it out of the water.
Huh.
Yeah.
If I had to pick, I think I'd go Eco.
Really?
Yeah.
They were
Good to
both.
me.
They were
Final
both.
Fantasy X and Eco both.
No accounting
yeah.
for taste.
And then, like for me, like Shenmue was always this like super ambitious thing that never came together in an acceptable way.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I want to. I always wanted to, and I still want to really love Shenmue, but I never really did. You know,
Yeah.
it's like it was always just shy of.
Like enough open world stuff has been figured out now that I
That's-
could see like that
Yeah.
game fitting into a template in a better way. But
Sure.
making that game the way that they made those other two games, like at some point, like
But and ironically, like, yeah, I totally agree with that. And it also came out at a time where it wasn't okay. You had to be a game, right? Like a game had to be like a certain experience,
Sure,
and it
yeah.
was kind of weird in that sense where it's like I went to work today in Shenmue and just like then went to sleep, and was I playing a game? I don't even know. And some people,
Yeah.
including me, were kind of not accepting of that. And now the climate has changed a little bit for that, but.
It was ahead of its time.
people are finally
In a lot of
ready
some
ways it was.
for
No, it was
full
hugely-
reactive eyes entertainment.
Exactly.
That's right. I do
Free
remember that.
system
Wow.
There you
is
go.
finally
There you go.
finally going to come into
Quick
its
time
own.
Took
events.
15 years, but we're here.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be very interesting, I think, with Final Fantasy VII and Shenmue in particular, to see kind of the Broken Age question, which is, okay, people wanted this
Yeah.
game,
Yeah.
but do we know what it is that people exactly wanted
Right.
of this
Right.
thing?
It's like, do you
Right.
really want the game, or do you just want to feel the way you felt when you played it when you were a kid?
Right.
Like, do you
Right.
want to update it? Do you want to keep the stuff that made it what it was, even when it was awkward and weird a little bit?
Well, there's
Yeah.
there's the infamous thing that comes out of every show where it's like it's not for you, right? And I think with Final Fantasy especially, like, yeah, we're going to be real nostalgic about it and excited, but it's probably more for like a new generation of people to get, who.
I wonder. I don't know. Like,
And at some point, like then why remake 7 instead of just like putting that time into 15?
I mean,
well, whatever, they are putting time into 15, but
Right.
Why remake the game for a new generation of people?
You
when
wanna try to
could
get the old
instead
people
just make
and-
something.
But here's
Yeah,
the crazy
yeah.
thing, though, that happens. I think especially you see this with Kickstarter all the time. Is like people who are nostalgic for it will throw their money at it, even if they're
Sure.
not the ones who are necessarily like the audience. You know what I mean? Like look at
Well,
these
yeah.
Kickstarters. I mean, they're like blowing up in like the first couple
Yeah.
of days.
Even if they end up getting disappointed, they still bought the
Yeah,
thing.
I've done it myself. I've backed Kickstarters that I believe in it, or I like the person doing it and I just want to be a part of it. But I haven't played like 90% of the Kickstarter games I back because either I don't have time or like I just wanted to help it happen. And I
Right.
think a lot of people do that.
what do you guys think of the Shenmue 3 Kickstarter?
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's
Really
top to
weird.
bottom.
So it was really weird for me to have the press conference have them up there going like, "This is not our thing."
Yeah.
Right.
That we just wanted to give them space on our stage.
That was
and
weird
then,
thing number one.
And then today was the other shoe of like, well, now that it's funded, by the way, we're helping making it happen. Like,
Right,
no,
right, right.
so it was your thing.
Oh, so they
then.
did talk about that today.
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear that. Okay.
I
So
would love to know what they're actually going to put into that game. 'Cause
Right.
I don't know. I'm sure you saw all the snark on Twitter today about like $2 million to make the sequel to a $67 million game.
Right.
right. I mean, I don't think anyone was looking at that thing and going like, "Oh, till 2 million, we'll totally."
Right,
Like
right.
everyone knew. Like it
right.
seems
A lot
like
of
most
this-
Kickstarters that are like this style, this scope, have funding lined up,
Yeah,
and they're
that's
just
a whole
waiting
different
to
game.
get
Or they'll
around.
get the
Yeah.
funding lined up if the Kickstarter is
kick-
successful.
right.
The people with the money are like, prove to me that there's demand for this, and then
Yeah.
the Kickstarter does really well, and they're like, okay, we'll give you our tons of money.
Well, and,
basically.
and I will say, if you look back, and like hopefully someday somebody will do a documentary or a book about the making of Shenmue, because there's a lot of stories to be told there for
Yeah.
sure. But like the amount of money spent on things back then, I mean, I don't even know the fidelity that they're going for. They showed, a little bit of stuff at the press conference, but I don't know what it's going to end up looking like. But like, in that time, the amount of the tools, basically, right? Like everything back then, especially at Sega and Dreamcast and whatever, was crazy, customized, ridiculous tools that don't work on anything.
That
And,
was
like,
the generation where you made your own engine for every game.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
Sega famously had 9 divisions,
Throw it all
and
the
each one of
code out
them
at the
did not
end.
share technology. It's
And
like-
so even just like if you made a character generator and then a randomized, that would save you, I don't even know how many millions on a Shenmue. But you're right. It's, if people are thinking they're getting what was in Shenmue 1 and 2 with modern, graphics and everything, it's like, you're going to have to give somewhere eventually on that stuff.
Right.
But I kind of feel like people would be okay. It's not going to look like GTA 6, it's not going to have that kind of stuff with it. It's going to continue the story.
I'd be fine if it looked like the old games. I mean, as a fan, I'm not the biggest Shenmue fan myself, but like, as long as they're not going to make it any worse than it used to be, like, I'd really be just satisfied getting it, period. Because like they've waited for so long, 14 years or whatever. It's like,
Yeah.
if you've been waiting for Shenmue 3 this long, you're not going to complain if it's not like the
Lon
most
D's been
current
doing
gen.
a lot of dirt in that time.
See, the other part that kind of tugs at me over all this is like, if I want Yu Suzuki doing something, it's like Virtua Fighter 6.
Right.
like
Right.
or Sega. It's just
Well, maybe this will
someone
be a
should be making Virtua Fighter 6. I don't
Yeah.
even care. Who
Maybe
at this
Virtua
point.
Fighter 6 will be a minigame in Shenmue 3.
But maybe this will be a return to. I mean, we met with him a bunch of times over the course of the last couple of years, and he's been doing stuff kind of on the side here and there.
Yeah.
And if you really Google him, you'll find like a thing here or there that he's been working on. But it's not really been like plugged back into the game industry,
Right.
And that's probably its own,
Stuff related to a school or something for a while. Was he?
He did that stuff, and he
Yeah.
had some mobile phone stuff, and
Right.
there
Yeah.
was there was like the various like kind of I don't know even what they were like Shenmue things in China and here.
Yeah.
and there
That's
that were,
right. They
like-
tried like Shenmue Town, or I forget what
I
it's
don't-
called, but it was.
Yeah.
But I think this this has been a long time being worked on, and I think this represents his return to, okay, I'm getting back into the game industry. And so he was going through a bit of a re-education, and so like, I don't know, maybe this does open the door for him to be doing some of his other. I mean, that guy has such a ridiculous history. I mean, any one of those things, even like a Space Harrier or something,
Right.
He has such a crazy catalog
Yeah.
to go back and choose
Yeah.
from that'd be cool to even have him do like little arcade games, you know what I mean, and stuff like that, but much less like a Virtua Fighter.
Right. It just get hard at some point because you get the impression that Sega's not really super interested in going down the rabbit hole on.
Maybe that's a good
Like-
thing though, because they say,
Right.
Go,
yeah. If
take it.
they'd be willing to just
Kickstarter
like
$3 million in 2 days, maybe here,
like
take
fine,
the-
go
do
do
this
it.
too, yeah.
Maybe that's the
Yeah,
that
they
is
probably
the best
can't
solution.
afford to. I mean, that was I think that was a pretty traumatic time in Sega's history. I mean, that game, in my mind, almost sunk that company, right? I
Yeah,
mean, they
yeah.
lost so much money, and they ended up merging with Sammy, and all this other stuff happened. But from Yu Suzuki's standpoint, he's a creative guy, and I think that was like his life's work. Like Shenmue was supposed to be like the big thing for him, and he never got to finish
His
it.
19-part story.
Part of it, right? So part of this,
Yeah.
I don't know if he's like planning. I didn't read the whole Kickstarter. I don't know if he's like planning to finish it with this, or if this is just the next step.
I believe it's kind of framed as the next chapter. In
Okay.
Shenmue. Like it's not even like
So there's still
let's
potentially
finish the
Shenmue 4,
trilogy.
5,
It's
6,
like
15. But yeah, but I mean, I could see why he would want to do that over the other stuff, because to him, it's like, okay, I had this dream and I never got to finish it, and
Right.
now I'm getting another chance.
yeah, and I mean there has been a rabid group of people out there that have been trying to get this thing back
yeah.
for a good long
As
time.
shown by the Kickstarter
Oh,
doing
yeah.
like what $1 million in like 2 hours
Yeah,
or something crazy.
yeah.
or-
I kind of wondered, because they had that, what was it, the list or whatever, the
Right.
hashtag that
Yeah.
Sony had, and they had said to anyone who listened or asked, like, yeah, these Shenmue fans are like crazy.
Yeah.
And I kind of always wondered, I think we all did, especially as we were talking
just
with
like
those
one
guys,
guy, like-
if it was like, I mean, 2,000-3,000 people that were just really, really insane,
Yeah.
but like,
Vocal.
Well, there are at least 4 people that said yes to the tune of $10,000.
right? Well,
Dinner with Yu Suzuki.
3 dinners with
There
Yu
you
Suzuki,
go,
1
yeah.
jacket.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
okay. You get a
If I
jacket.
was rich, I might have gone for the jacket too. But I'm not. So
Yeah,
congrats
no.
to you, wherever you are.
Not yet. Someday you're gonna get yourself a jacket. Shenmue 4 Kickstarter.
That's my dream. That's
Yeah.
going to be my Kickstarter to get the money
Exactly.
to buy a Shenmue jacket from another Kickstarter.
What about last year when we talked? I think you and I were both excited about Mario Maker.
Yeah.
Have you seen it yet? This show?
So we're gonna go check it out first thing in the morning and
Okay.
play it. But like I watched the World Championships.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, which were awesome.
right?
That game looks so good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you watched the finals, basically.
did.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
those levels, those custom levels that the Nintendo guys made were just out of control. So amazing.
But like well made too. I mean, there have been people out there hacking ROMs for a very long time
Right.
and releasing their own fucked up Mario stuff. But those levels that they created, there was a fairness to them in a way that they didn't just go out of their way to make something completely crazy. I'm sure plenty of people will be able to make something that is total garbage.
Right.
But yeah, I'm really looking forward to checking that out.
I could see spending tons and tons of time on that.
We messed with it a little bit today, and it was definitely like, I mean, there's not a lot of Wii U titles here, right?
Sure,
As
yeah.
somebody who owns 2 Wii U's, because I have to, one for Japan and one for the US, there's not a ton of software, but that Mario Maker, even just messing with it for 5 minutes, and I mean, I've messed with other games before where you're making even like Little Big Planet, and just the time just like goes away, but
Yeah.
like it has that like little clever Nintendo like sheen on it. You know,
Right.
like I think it's different from last year. I don't think it was in last year where any item that you grab, if you shake it, it modifies what it is.
I didn't know about that till today. Yeah, it could have been, but they
so
didn't
you
tell
like
us.
you grab a Koopa and you shake it and it becomes a red Koopa, or
Okay,
you grab
yeah.
like a conveyor belt and you shake it and it becomes a faster conveyor belt. It's just like that's a and even how the undo and all the different functions work and the UI is
very-
basically almost like a little. I mean, I wouldn't call it a game in itself, but more of a game than most people that are making like a level creation tool ever
Right.
think
It
of.
totally feels like the evolution of like Mario Paint to me. Like it feels.
Yeah, you
like
were mentioning
Mario
that
Paint,
actually.
Yeah.
That's a really good.
Even the rocket, like to erase stuff. Like it just
Yeah.
has that thing that makes you. It's weird, but like you're kind of doing work, but it makes it feel comfortable and like accessible and just like even little sound effects when you move stuff around and everything. It's got that Nintendo touch that's just
Yeah.
like.
I find myself looking at that and thinking, I want to make levels that are as close to on par with the original Super Mario Brothers.
Right.
Like, just I don't want to make
Not be
crazy
batshit
business.
crazy,
just like
but-
no, I want to make something. I'm going to go by the rules
Yeah.
of original Super Mario Brothers and just try to make something that is like that.
I think it'll be interesting because I think when it starts off, I mean, who knows? But I have a feeling it's going to be like, what's the craziest stuff I can do? Hey,
Right.
there's like 6,000, Koopa magicians on this one level or whatever. And then, over time, I think people are going to get more and more and more and more and more refined. And like,
Right.
it'll be really interesting to see how close to that old feeling, people can get as just like, this is the best, highest rated internet level out there. Like, does it feel like
And that's the hope that they get like the sharing and the filtering and that
Right.
stuff down right to
Yeah.
where it's like it is easy to like like Little Big Planet just did that stuff so well, like follow a creator,
Right.
just serve me up some stuff that's highly rated, or here's some stuff. Trials does it really well too.
Yeah.
And
The lady was telling us today, like you have to finish the level. You have to be able to finish your level before you can upload it.
Okay.
And,
Yeah.
Which
like,
is smart.
You, if you download someone else's level and like edit it or whatever, you can't upload their stuff. So like you kind
Okay.
of have to. They're kind of forcing you to be creative and follow at least some set of rules to.
And also, I thought it was interesting that they're going to be filtering levels by difficulty and then also user rating. So, how many people have finished this level is a thing. If I don't know, 10,000 people have tried it and only 10 people can finish it. That's kind of interesting in that achievement. Checking what
Right.
percentage of people have finished an achievement
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
way. So separate totally from quality, like people had a good time or not.
Right.
It's like how hard is this level? How hardcore are you? I don't know. That could be pretty interesting.
that all sounds fantastic.
Yeah. So I like.
Yeah,
So
wow.
I could see sinking a ton of time into
Yeah.
that game at least.
It's like Minecraft for 30-something.
Right,
Who
exactly.
grew up on.
that's a
NES,
really good.
basically.
Yeah, that's a
Kinda.
really good analogy.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if they just like take some of their designers and like Miyamoto, some other people,
Have
and
them.
just have them just like, hey, I created a world. Here's
Yeah,
4
yeah,
levels.
Yeah,
Here's a set.
they
What's
could
up?
do endless DLC even if they wanted to, just having like different people from their company. Like have the
Right.
Galaxy guy make some levels, or have
So
that was
Zelda
funny.
guys
or
make
just do
some
it
levels,
incognito
or-
and see how well it does.
Right,
Like,
right,
hey,
yeah, yeah.
Miyamoto
Just
made a
put it
full
up
game's
there.
worth of levels, and let's see. Let's see. Has he still got it?
What was
I don't know.
Stephen King's pen name?
Right.
He did that. and whatever.
Yeah, Richard Bachman.
That's
Yeah.
right. We noticed there was no Mario 2 on the different skins for
Oh,
the
really?
things. Yeah.
Well, there was no in the
I mean,
the version we played didn't have it, but have they said if 2 is in it?
I guess that breaks the physics. Like there's weird mechanical
But-
issues there, but
I saw Mario 2 doors in the background of one of the stages. So does
Oh
it,
yeah. So
And we
maybe there's some
said-
items.
Yeah, I mean it's really
But they've
conspicuous when it
created
goes
new
1,
things
3.
in the Mario 1 style. Like
So they do everything.
They
that
do everything in
add,
all
right.
styles.
They do it in
That
all
was
the
very
different
cool, too,
styles.
yeah.
So maybe
yeah.
they just added some additional items from
Could be.
2.
We said too. Oh, we were joking like DLC, and it got some like sideways glances, but it would be funny if
seemed
that's
like
yeah, those
last
guys work
year
in the
the-
booths. I don't
Well,
think
yeah,
they
I
even
mean,
know.
they're
They
not
like
like
just learned
yeah.
about this game
Reggie
this
was
morning,
not giving us
probably.
the demo.
Right. It
He
seemed
was
like last
busy.
year that they were maybe kind of hinting at maybe doing some of these skins as DLC after.
Okay,
that.
it would
would be-
totally make sense to be adding items.
2
or
just seems so.
do whatever.
I mean,
It's
like
so
the history
weird.
of 2 makes it weird. Like as Japanese Nintendo making it, like
Right.
their view of what 2 is. Like do they care enough about it to include it?
And there's a weird question too when you include that if it's the same game now, which most games are between Japan and the U.S.
Right.
Where it's like, okay, that's 2 is Super Mario USA in Japan and was released later, very popular, but also is kind of like side series.
Right.
You know what I
not
mean?
canon.
Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of
Not
basically.
part of the Mario canon.
Yeah,
Whereas the
so
Lost Levels.
it just might not make sense to
Right.
include in kind of that context.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's my
Can you think? This got me thinking. Like, if this ends up being successful, they could take some of their other franchises
Oh, God.
and
That's
just,
what I
and
was
just
talking
keep going.
I want a
Metroid
Zelda
Maker,
maker.
Zelda
so
Maker.
bad. I would love to just make Zelda dungeons. Even like,
Yeah.
I mean, it would probably be a lot harder. I mean, obviously, it's a little easier to put together a platform game
Right.
than it is to like design a like Link to the Past
Yeah,
dungeon or
Zelda
something.
would
Right.
need something that would let you wire up some real basic logic about like, push this block to make this open and
Yeah.
stuff like
Right.
that.
But a really good, like, first game for them to make to figure it out, right? If it's Mario, and
Yeah.
then maybe a Metroid would even make more sense as it's like another side scroller. And yeah, I mean, the other interesting thing would be, do they do the skinning if they were to do like a Zelda Maker where it's like 1 and 3 kind of look close
Yeah,
enough
they're
to
not.
each
They're
other
not
that they
similar
could do
enough
that.
games that you could easily.
But they're not like Mario
Yeah.
where you
Right.
can just be like, oh, this is the exact equivalent of the hill.
Yeah, like
Green
when I
Hill.
envision like a Zelda creation tool, it is the original Zelda because then it's like
Right,
plop down
right.
a room. What color is this room?
would love that.
Beige.
Exactly.
Okay, put
Here's
some blocks
the borders
in it.
of the room.
You
yeah.
want spiked dudes in the corners or not?
Exactly.
Check this. Like
Which block has the staircase under it, and
Right.
which
Yeah.
trees can you burn? And
yeah.
Did you guys make the rounds at the Nintendo booth, or was this a private demo? I mean, I asked because
No, we did just today. Most things we didn't get to play the new Zelda. Unfortunately.
No, yeah, I
yeah,
wanted
the
to,
3DS.
but some dudes were hogging
Well,
it.
I asked because I feel like every year, like Nintendo has their press conference, or now it's a direct or whatever, and they show
Right.
X number of games. But then you go into their booth, and there's always like
A few
3 to 12 like unannounced or games that they
Little
didn't mention, like
surprises, right.
3DS games off in a corner or something.
Right.
Like, did you see any stuff that they have completely not mentioned yet?
I didn't see anything like the equivalent of last year. You're talking about the little like Miyamoto experiments that they
Right.
had. I didn't see those. Did they mention those in the direct? They mentioned those somewhere, and they're like, yeah, we're still working on those ideas, but I didn't see anything except for the mainstays that they talked about in the
Yeah.
digital thing, Star Fox.
Yeah, we didn't really like explore the booth. We just did like one of those booth tours that they give just to people
Yeah.
behind the thing. So like, I would love to go back and check it out, but I don't think that there's supposedly. I mean, people will talk about that stuff online, and I haven't
Yeah.
heard of anything major that was not announced.
All right. Well, I know you guys gotta run. Thanks so much for coming by.
Absolutely.
Always a pleasure to see you guys.
Always a pleasure to be
and
here.
man, now I just it is our first appointment tomorrow is to go see
Cool.
Nintendo.
I really
so
want to hear.
I'm
I
like
really want to
double,
hear.
triple fucking.
We didn't
hyped,
even get
just
to talk about Star
oh.
Fox. So I want to know how you feel about Star Fox.
Yeah,
Yes.
it sounds like I've seen some disappointment around that, and some disappointment around Metroid, which I guess it is one game. Like there's some confusion earlier. People going like, are those two separate Metroid games? Like, no,
Right.
it's apparently one thing. But
Well, they had Retro get on Twitter and tease, like people started building expectations before E3
Sure.
about a new
I guess
Metroid, and
that's
then when
the-
that turned out to be what the new Metroid was,
that's the danger, right? I guess.
Right.
But, well,
Yeah, I
what are you
definitely
gonna
want to
do?
hear what you think of Mario Maker and Star Fox.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely
Cool.
want to check that stuff out. So,
Awesome.
Mark and John from 8-4, check out
for
the
having
8-4 Play podcast and visit them at 8-4.jp.
That's right.
Right? All
Thank
right.
you much.
We'll be back after this break. And we're back. Welcome back to GiantBomb.com's coverage of E3 2015. I mean, coverage is like a weird word, right? I mean, we're just kind of hanging out here. We got another set of guests here joining us to talk about virtual reality.
Virtual reality.
Virtual reality. Now, I understand there's a pterodactyl that comes at you, and you have to shoot it, but you're wearing the...
Now for decades.
Yeah, no, that's I remember old VR. It's very scary stuff.
I wasn't born yet.
Yeah, no. Palmer Luckey from Oculus is here. Patrick, you're working on a game called The Assembly, and John Drake. Now you are like handling a lot of the Project Morpheus. Like, describe your affiliation with the project of Project Morpheus.
You know, that's a great question. It's a kind of fine quality questioning I expect from Giant Bomb's E3 coverage 2015.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, you want to answer. I work on the third-party relations team, so I'm helping find cool VR games and bring them to PlayStation platforms and help bring developers sort of over to console too.
Cool.
And yeah, it's been really fun. We have a lot of games we're showing off, and I'm having a good time taking the headset on and off over and over again all day long. Super fun.
Yeah. So this seems like we're kind of in that kind of rubber meets the road time frame for a lot of this stuff, because in some ways this is going to this is going to be the final E3 before some of the stuff really starts coming to market, right? Palmer, how's it been? You had your big press conference in San Francisco, and now you're here on the floor. What's the reception been like? How's it been?
It's too early to say. We've only been meeting with press for, single-digit hours now, and I haven't read any of the coverage. But I think it's going well from what I can tell. People are really excited about virtual reality, and like you said, it is the final E3 before a lot of these headsets are coming out, whether it's Morpheus or the Oculus Rift. Mm-hmm. And so this is a really good chance for people to show off their games and get people excited about what's coming soon.
Yeah, and it seems like now's the time for software, right? I mean, we've had a lot of time to kind of think about, just the concepts behind VR.
It's time to prove it.
And trying on headsets and Developer Kit 1s and Developer Kit 2s and Crystal Coves and
people have been proving it out, I think, kind of the whole way. Like, in a way, the rubber met the road a year ago, because it's too late almost now to start working on a VR title of any large scale for launch. Yeah. So really, devs have been working on these things for the past year or 2 years, and now is when they're finally unveiling them, because it makes sense to unveil them, because they have something that they can actually say, you're going to go play it on this. But if you'd shown them off a year ago, they'd be like, here's a game I'm making. I don't know when you'll be able to get it, or if you'll be able to get it.
Stay excited forever, please. Thank you.
But I guess what I mean is, we've come a long way from the Rift Coaster and some of the early kind of DK1 demos and stuff that I think that like how's it been? How's development been?
Yeah, we've seen a ton of people who are really pleased to see final games now. I think people have seen tech demos for a long time, and and they're great, and they demonstrate how fantastic the hardware is. But finally, they're seeing games. These games I can actually play, and I can actually see myself sitting down for 4 or 5 hours and playing this when I buy a VR headset, and that's been the reaction we've had so far. Yeah,
and how's it been over at PlayStation? What are you doing during the day? Are you out there kind of watching people put stuff on, or are you just like running around drinking Diet Cokes, punching people? Like,
both. The thing is, when someone's in a VR headset, you can punch them and they can't see you coming.
They think it's just part of those experiences.
This haptic feedback.
It's so real.
No, so we have this crazy parallelogram station thing in our booth. This giant leaning tower of VR games. And there's
is it a parallelogram because that's the shape of the PS4?
Yeah, it's like the inverse of a PS4.
Yeah.
It's collapsing under the weight of the immense library of VR games.
Boom!
Yes.
Pull quote. So we have 20 stations there that consumers and media are being ground through. The PR room upstairs and a retail room and all that stuff. So we have I think 14 games in the booth. And to your point, I think a lot of them are E3 demo levels of full games where you can see the mechanic, you can see the play loop, you can see how long you think the session might be. And there's still a handful of, I don't want to say tech demos, but a handful of people being like, this is a concept that we are working on and we don't have a full sell sheet to give you right now, because there isn't a hard date for anything yet. There isn't, a hard price for anything yet. So I think there's still some dancing with that line of, is it a formal announcement or is it something that's, on its way to be announced
Right.
at a later date sometime in the fall?
But it is the right time to start getting people
Totally.
excited. Like, I think today this is like Morpheus's biggest show presence of any kind,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys having that many booths means that you can show it to tons of people, and we're doing the same thing.
Exactly,
Like,
yeah.
these
Huge line.
booths don't get bigger through vanity; they get bigger through practicality.
Like capacity, yeah.
You have to show people VR for them to understand it.
Yeah.
That's the only way they'll understand. And so to get people excited now, you have to start investing in getting it out to people.
Totally.
People are excited.
Yeah, and it seems like that's like now kind of becoming one of the harder problems remaining is how to like get people in a headset to understand it for themselves. It's interesting, like as someone who, like part of my job is ostensibly to kind of communicate these experiences to people in a way that they can understand. Like sometimes it is hard to find the words when talking about VR because it is the ultimate example of like, no, you just got to try this thing.
Well, you can
You'll
talk
get
about
it.
Yeah, you can talk about presence. You can talk about like proprioception. You can talk about all like the crazy terms, but it's really like the whole idea of immersion, which again, like all these buzzy buzzwords are
It's
kind
been
of
abused
annoying.
for decades.
Yeah, I mean, immersion
exactly.
is not new to VR.
No, of course.
It was burned out before.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we're at that point now where really, I think that part of it is compelling enough content where you can see the fun of it. I mean, obviously, like we're focused on games. Watching the conference you guys did last week, I think there's a lot of games coming, and to me, like a game is something that's fun that you want to be drawn back to. And I think that what we've seen up to date is a few games and a lot of sort of understandable experiences. And you talk about the toy box stuff you guys are showing, where it's sort of in that nascent space of like with the touch, which seems amazing, by the way. Congratulations. I saw a tweet earlier today. Someone just said, "I'm playing tetherball with Palmer Luckey." And it didn't explain like with Oculus Touch. I was just like, E3 has gone off the fucking rails. Like, we are just in the parking lot hanging out. But you're seeing immediate fun and immediate return on someone being in that, even for like a 3-minute demo or a 5-minute demo, whereas before it's. Well, and what I really want now
Especially
is
for the first time.
Yes,
Like,
and what I want now is people to be able to go for like, I want people for an hour to play 3 or 4 different things and not be bouncing in, checking one thing, and bouncing out. That's the hardest part about demoing at a show like
Right,
this, is the
yeah.
turnover.
it is going to help when a lot of these we're in this weird situation where we want to get people excited before launch, but this problem will largely go away once there are consumer virtual reality devices on the market, like more powerful than any of us. Like, you're supposed to be reputable. I'm not reputable.
Let's not say things
I'm
we can't
supposed
take
to be
back.
a lot of
But I mean,
things.
like, none of us are really reputable because we have skin in the game. We can say all we want, but nobody really should believe us on our own merit. But who people do trust are their friends. And when people are able to take, people, you've seen this probably with DK1 and DK2 even. People take it and they show it to other people, and that's how they get it. So this problem's going to, I think, kind of go away as more and more people actually
You can
VR
have
and
that
get it
word
out
of
there.
mouth, or not even just
Exactly.
word of mouth, but like, hey, come over. You need to see this
Come to my
thing.
house right now.
We're still
Yeah.
getting people coming in and saying, assuming VR is going to be a big 100-foot screen in front of them and having no idea. And then they put their headset on and go, oh my God, it's around me and it's 3D. and then they get that VR virginity smile that you see, where they see it for the first time and, this is great. And that's lovely. And we're still getting that.
I had a moment looking at the new Oculus logo for a second there that I thought, like, is it supposed to be the jaw drop? Is it just supposed to look like this, like, open mouth, like the look that everyone has when they put it on? And I realized, it's probably actually just like.
Just reach
goggles.
into your depths of your mind and interpret your own meaning out of
Wow.
it.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, it looks kind of like an I or an O that you've squashed, or like a Oculus Rift. Sure. I mean, it depends really on how you want to look at
That's
it.
pretty heavy.
It-
So, are we seeing like types of are developers? Do you feel like they're gravitating towards certain types of experiences? I know, like, to me, it seemed like the thing that it made sense to avoid was just like, hey, let's take every game that's got a first-person camera and just slap headset support on it. Are people kind of doing that anyway, or is it just okay?
Yeah, people are
get it
doing
now.
it when they get their device for the first time. They're immediately like, "Oh, I thought I learned this lesson, but this does not work."
and
at
devs
all.
get it too. Like,
Yeah.
the devs are the ones that are investing in VR the most,
Right.
arguably. And it's one thing for a person to try it and say, "Oh, I don't mind that I'm puking," or that half my
I'm
friends
cool
puke.
with it.
Yeah, but a dev has to say, "Wow, like what I thought was going to be the obvious fit is no longer the obvious fit." And there's a lot of moments like that in VR where you're figuring out what works and
Well,
what
and
doesn't.
the convenient part is that you to make a game in any VR headset, you need to spend a lot of time in that headset. So hopefully devs are
Absolutely.
self-selecting towards mechanics that don't make people barf,
Yeah.
or else they're all going to die of, like vitamin deficiencies. from
Yeah.
not
There's a ton of
consuming
variety
food.
out there as well. I mean, you're seeing, third-person cameras, from multiple games. You're seeing, diorama type games. You're seeing first-party. There's what's nice is that there's
A lot
so
of
many different
simulator
ideas.
games.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely. There's a real variety of stuff.
And there is, I mean, I think that what we saw early, one of the easier ways to go is just like seated experiences, cockpit games where you are like, it's clear you have a control scheme in your hands and it's very straightforward. And I think that for a while we got a lot of those. So part of my gig is maintaining just like a giant spreadsheet of anything I've heard about that could possibly be in VR and sort of what it looks like and what control schemes it uses and things like that. And for a while it was like all cockpit all the time or all like, seated stationary, fixed to a chair experiences. But as we've gone on, like you see, standing experiences and movement-based experiences. You look at, the London Heist and the idea of kind of hiding behind a desk and shooting, or you look at Lucky's Tale, sort of a third-person camera above and beyond, like a 3D platformer, and you see there's rich, cool games.
Like you're seeing God mode games where people are like, how do you explain that to people? And it's like, imagine like turbocharged board games, like board games except all the figurines are robots. Like, what would you pay to play Warhammer if you could buy a set of figurines that were mechanized with weapons, and you could play against friends who weren't in the room with you?
$49.99. No, right, like, we'll see.
Yeah. So you talk about like devs getting sick and stuff like that. I mean, Oculus will have a storefront of its own. Of course, Sony seems to have a lot of that.
We did that already.
Yeah, did a lot of that stuff.
It was a lot of fun.
So let's talk about certifying VR games for sale.
Ooh, child.
What are the platform requirements? I mean, I imagine you both got. Is Oculus going to be checking in on that stuff and saying like, "Hey, this is too fast. Like this is off the chain. This is off the meter on our like get people sick thing. You can't be in our store." Or
at some level that starts to happen, but I mean, not in terms of reasonable gameplay decisions. Like if something's clearly broken, then sure. But our goal isn't to block things that are uncomfortable. There's a lot of people who can play uncomfortable things. There are people who have entirely broken vestibular senses and like they'll play anything. And so what we want to do is give devs the tools they need to warn away consumers who aren't going to enjoy their game, because they don't want to sell to people who are going to become angry or refund their game. And so like in Oculus Share, which is like our current kind of dev content sharing platform, we have a quality rating that people can vote on, the community can vote on, but also a comfort level that the community can vote on. And so by doing that, there's games on Share that are really highly rated for quality and very poorly rated for comfort. Not even poorly, just differently. And there are people who say, like, this is great, I can play it all day, but nobody else I show it to can.
Right.
And it's good to warn people about that. That's kind of the philosophy.
It seems like it seems like one of the potential problems is kind of educating people that like some of these experiences might not be okay for you,
or not the first experience when to introduce somebody to VR.
Right.
There's also like there is some
like you ramp up
adaptation and acclimation over time where like the first time I played Valkyrie, I was like, this is amazing and beautiful and so cool, and like this is like the highest res thing I've played. And then I started doing barrel rolls and stuff, and I was like, oh no, I don't know how to do this in my brain. And now I can play it and stay in there for 10 minutes at a time and feel pretty fine. Like I never feel sick.
Even Valkyrie is interesting because it's an example of a type of experience that you can't really fully solve motion sickness for, even if you were to perfectly simulate reality. Like going and doing barrel rolls, having your entire horizon line shifting with no real good reference, it will make people sick in real life as well. Now there are some things that you can do in the virtual world that shouldn't make you sick that in real life, but that's an example of something where we can't solve that problem. It's just something where games have been made without this limitation of directly stimulating the human perceptual system.
Your inner ear still thinks the ground is the ground, and it will always think that, right?
I think it's about honesty as well. I mean, one thing we've noticed is, fear, for example, emotions are amplified in VR, much more. And you notice that with fear because it's the lowest hanging fruit. You get scared really easily. And, you need to tell people that. If people are easily scared, they probably don't want to play that game, let them know, have a warning on there, and that'll be fine. And that's part of the fun.
We're looking at that too, like jump scares especially.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. So developing the assembly, like how's that going? Like, tell me a little bit about the game.
Yeah, so it's a kind of mysterious adventure game, lots of narrative. We found when we started playing with VR that what people wanted to do was explore and just look around and and look up at the cobwebs and things like that. So we decided adventure games made a lot of sense in VR. I think it's a genre that works really well. So it's a kind of rich adventure game. Two different characters. One's a woman who's quite short and a guy who's very tall, and it's quite interesting switching between them because you notice the doorways going up and down and you see things from a different point of view, which is quite fun.
It's like you're playing with perception.
It is
inside the game.
Very much
There's
like
two sides.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's cool, and it's lots of moral choices. So we're trying to play with a simple example. If you could kill somebody to save 1,000 people, would you do it? You go, well, of course I would if I had to do it. But then if that choice was presented to you, it's slightly different. And in VR, that kind of decision making is quite tough.
Well, and it's a lot different than in normal games. Like that type of decision making is one thing when it's happening on a screen and you don't. you can say you feel emotional connection to characters, but that's
Sure.
building it through traditional means, just like a book or a movie. You're not triggering a lot of the empathy that we have for people built into our bodies on a much more basic level. In VR,
Right.
you can tap into
Yeah,
that.
definitely.
Yeah.
Like feeling like you're in a room with somebody, of whether it's an NPC or another person controlling an avatar. It's just so different than seeing that on a screen because there's so much on levels that there's so much on levels that you just can't activate unless your brain really believes that it's another person there.
Right.
Well, and
yeah.
like thinking about scare. I mean, jump scares and fear are palpable and real and can be very like kind of frightening, obviously. But I actually don't. I can keep myself disassociated just enough from like a monster jumping behind a curtain and trying to freak me out. Where I'm
Right.
like, look, it's not really there. It's not going to get me.
Yeah.
But the thing I noticed when I was playing the London Heist, which was one of the demos we did for GDC by our
Right.
London studio, that is and part of Worldwide Studios Group, and I felt there's a scene where a guy's interrogating you, and I, for the first time in a video game, felt like physically uncomfortable. Like he was like in my
Blowtorch is
face,
brutal.
and you're just like, he has a blowtorch up, and I'm like, I know he's not gonna blowtorch me, but like I am
But
like
it's
sweating
still
and like squirming, and like that's not a thing I get in video games. Versus like I jump and get scared when I play, a horror game just on a regular flat TV, but I never
Right,
feel
but
like
it's
a
not
character's gonna
like
intimidate me.
Yeah, it's a startling thing,
Right.
right? It's not necessarily like
It's your fight or flight response, not your like brain processing
Right.
and being like, oh God, why? No,
This
don't.
isn't very good.
Yeah, don't want that.
I mean, the stuff like and then just to the motion oriented stuff like
Yeah.
the Valkyries of the world and stuff like that. Like I remember so. Back when video game companies used to have money, they used to have extravagant events, and it was all ridiculous and
Not
stuff.
familiar.
So Namco had a thing where they took people to Las Vegas and had them fly planes. And it was a situation where it's like you're playing laser tag in a plane, and they have smoke pots on the other plane. So if you're hitting the target right, the smoke pot fires, and you go, I hit him.
In the abstract, that sounds like a really fun idea.
It was rad.
Yeah.
But the thing that they don't tell you is like, hey, you've spent your life playing flight simulators on a screen and you just do loops and barrel rolls forever and who cares? And then you get to where you're actually grabbing a stick and the minute you pull it back, you're like, oh, my body's not meant for this. So I was one of the lucky few that didn't actually vomit on that specific job. I felt pretty good about it.
Yeah.
But
Proud of you.
it was like, there was a moment there where I'm like, I feel real dizzy. This isn't
Yeah.
face turning white. There's a video camera pointed at my face the whole time. It's like you just see like that kind of white out thing, and I start to wonder like, can VR start to trigger those sorts of? I mean, obviously, gravity. The pull of gravity is a very real thing.
Yeah.
But
It's good
just-
you get you've tried an experience like that. A lot of people don't have reference for experiences that make them sick, even in always in real life.
Right.
Beyond something like seasickness, which most people don't understand the mechanisms of.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But like there are a lot of things you can do in real life to make you sick. There's always going to be things that are going to make you sick in VR, and devs have to be really aware of those things and kind of develop around them. And it's very different from a monitor where you can get away with basically anything.
And I think what you're seeing at E3 versus what you've seen at, like when someone's just showing a random demo on a DK1 that's not like in Oculus's booth, but just sort of like in a hotel room, right? Like, hey, come check out my game. Is
Right.
People are being more thoughtful, and I think that I have not seen anyone. Was not there all day, but I've not seen anyone coming out of Oculus's booth or the Morpheus booth looking like
pale
uneasy.
or
Or if they were, they're like, oh, I tried another one and it was cool. I think I just gotta, maybe flight games aren't for me, or maybe like this like a top-down adventure would be better to start with. And I think you acclimate over time. So I think that is a lingering sort of vestigial concern that is hopefully devs are working out for themselves as the platform goes on, and we just got to kind of keep an eye on it and try to help guide people towards the right design decisions.
I think it's rule number one of VR development is do stuff that you would be comfortable doing in reality because you're feeling like you're there. So I looked at Just Cause 3 and you grappling hook a jet and suddenly get flung into the air and triple back
pretty
somersault
awesome.
onto the. It's amazing. It's great. Everything's amplified to 11.
Yeah.
But you know what? In real life, if you tried to grappling hook a plane, that would be pretty messy.
Super bad for everybody involved.
it'd be
Maybe
very hard to
messy
say.
for you. That's just Thursday. I don't know.
But in real life, whatever you're comfortable with, you'll be comfortable in VR. If you're uncomfortable in real life, you would be uncomfortable with VR. And I think that's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Mirror's Edge is another example. People are like, Mirror's Edge would be such a good game in VR. I'm like,
No.
Yeah. That's an interesting one.
If it was tailored and built from the ground up, something like that could work. But you have to design from the input. I mean, we talked about this a long time ago when we were talking about Connect or whatever, right? Like that. It's
Right.
the games that work best are games that take the input method into consideration to design from that to the consumer and not think like this game's a cool world. Like let's just shove this onto whatever platform and it'll work
Right.
itself out. And
Whether
like,
it's
that's
mobile
the
or-
worst. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, how far away? I mean, I guess like to some extent it's already happening, but like I guess like to some extent coming into these, it's all happening. Coming into these press conferences, you know, we had to have that conversation. It's like, well, wait a minute. I mean, they're making a new Mirror's Edge. Like VR is very now. Like, is EA gonna come out and say, hey, we're developing for this stuff? Is the No Man's Sky demo gonna end with some saying, and by the way, shtunk, let's do this? Like
I'm gonna take a page from Phil Spencer and I'm gonna lower VR headset from the ceiling.
Okay.
Onto Sean Murray.
just
That's how
the
we
straight
did
up
it.
deal with it
Yeah.
style, just directly onto his head. Yeah, I guess like how far off? Like what's the interest level from the hugest of huge publishers? It seems like they're probably all prototyping something, but how far until we see them kind of really get into this? Is it going to take it coming out and being proven as a retail consumer success?
We don't make any announcements for developers, so
Yeah.
that's the type of thing you'd have to ask them.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, they are waiting. They have been waiting for this quarter, right? They've been waiting for people to come out and say, like, we are committing to a date range and we're committing to a form factor and specs, and you kind of can tell your teams now that they can develop in X direction and it's real and it's going to become a product and not like, this is Skunkworks, really cool tech, you should put a team on that.
Right.
Those bigger publishers are, have a lot to do. Like, even
totally.
our press conference, we had to cover a lot of ground and we can't spend an infinite amount of time on everything that we
No, exactly.
want to spend time on.
It was a fast segment.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think that with the publishers, it's a thing now of like, okay, now you can put a team on this in good faith and know that this will come out. And everyone I've talked to has been enthusiastic, right? It doesn't mean
Right.
they're signing a development team up today and gonna have a product shipping and launch, but they've been like, this seems cool, this seems real, and like it's not going away. This doesn't seem like a fad. It seems like the industry's there, the development teams in the independent side are already committing and making things, and the publisher side, I think they've seen the consumers are excited. So
Right.
I'm optimistic that we'll see some big teams, and we have a lot of AA medium-sized teams. We have single guy studios. We have a game called Headmaster that's
I watched the
debuting on
trailer
Morpheus.
for Headmaster.
It's weird to watch a trailer of a VR game, right? But
Yeah.
it's it's like Portal cross FIFA. It's a company called Frame Interactive out of New York, and it's you headbutt soccer balls into a goal, and as soon as you put it on, immediately it's like, this is fun, this is silly, and it's like,
you
and
can
I
understand
get it,
and
then it's like headbutt soccer balls into a pinata and see if you can break it. You're like, okay, well now I'm confused. This is escalating in a weird way, and then you realize you're trapped in a prison camp and have to headbutt soccer balls to get out. So
okay, all right.
it's a weird game.
That sounds like a fun twist.
Small team, big teams.
Yeah,
crazy ideas,
Spoilers,
cool ideas.
man. That's not in the trailer.
It's
that's alluded to in the trailer. Maybe
it's you can see it in the background.
Yeah. So obviously, there's plenty else going on.
Yeah,
at
man.
E3.
It's a busy show.
Did you bring a Wii U with you? Were you ready for the Smash Brothers DLC drop?
I
Or
did
did
not
it
bring-
catch you off guard and you're like, oh man, I gotta get.
So I'm really excited I'm really excited about all the DLC characters. I am super excited that they are bringing in Street Fighter move combos into Super Smash Brothers. That is such a good idea. I'm an unapologetic Nintendo fanboy, but I'm going to apologize for how fanboyish it is. But when I heard that, I thought, oh my god, it's so smart. How could anyone be so smart to come up with that idea? I never even would have thought of that idea. Nobody's ever thought of it.
This
Has
is the
anyone
most
ever thought of that?
overwhelmed reaction I've heard to this.
Yeah, no,
announcement.
it's
big
like
deal.
I mean, because you can
cool.
do the moves two different ways, right? It's like
It's
you can do
incredible.
them the Smash Brothers style, but
It's-
if you do them the right way,
It's mixing
you
the
get
games
that bonus.
together.
And that's for me as someone like I like that style of fighting game.
Which style?
The proper one-on-one
Yeah.
fighting game, fighting game.
Yeah.
And Smash Brothers is always a little kind of esoteric for my taste.
Which side of the Evo debate were you on? Is Smash Bros. A fighting game? Does it deserve to be?
I think they
tournament?
need a separate term for it. I think that there's definitely like people playing it incredibly skillfully. I don't want to take anything
How
away
about
from
fighting
them.
games people care about tournament? And
Yeah,
it's just Smash Brothers.
fair enough. Yeah, I guess at some point,
Wow,
then
wow.
that's like Smash Brothers and like Street Fighter V. I guess like
Gauntlet of Throne.
And that Jackie
yeah,
Chan
Street Fighter
game,
too.
Fist of Fire.
the whole thing.
That game, download it. I mean, go buy an arcade board for Jackie Chan, Fist
Dave
of Fire.
Lang's like weeping somewhere in town right now.
Yeah, always.
Just
He
to
always
make sure
is.
you know.
Yeah, good. So I think it's a super smart way to introduce that character into that world while still being faithful to that character.
Yep.
And that to me, that makes me want to try it. And I haven't played that game in months. So
It's also cool that it's coming really far post launch. It's clear they're still working on the game. They're making it better. It's not like this is DLC that should have shipped with the game.
Yeah.
I felt the same way about the Mario Kart DLC.
right. I mean, that stuff came
you guys played that?
way
Yeah,
later.
Have you
all
played
the 200cc
200cc
stuff.
So fast.
mode? It's
So fast.
insane. I also couldn't believe it. I said, how could anyone be so smart? Only Nintendo would be this
Well,
smart.
Nintendo could think, let's make it faster. Like I just want an
What a
F-Zero
new
game at this
idea.
point. Like if we're gonna make fast racing games at a Nintendo, then I want an F-Zero or a
have one of
Wipeout
those.
game. Come
Sure.
on.
All right, let
You
me
know,
call some people, I
Put the
guess.
head, just lower it from the ceiling.
Ooh, child.
Wave
I've said
Race.
that twice now.
Wave Race.
Yeah, Wave Race. Yeah, absolutely. Like you think about like the last time they made a Wave Race game, the wave physics and all that sort of stuff. We're so much further past that. There's so much they could be doing with all of that stuff.
No, let's
and
not forget the Kickstarter launching during the Sony press conference.
It's crazy.
Sometimes you gotta break the internet. Sometimes you gotta break everything.
It's already it's
Closing
like
on
2.5, right?
It's closing on 3. Yeah, it was like above 2.7 last time I checked, but that was an
yeah,
hour
so
ago.
so despite Adam saying that this is very much not our project, it sounds like that
not.
it is that Sony is definitely involved in a way.
What makes you say that?
I think Gio
Gio
confirmed
said
it
that,
out there.
on
so,
the stream. I didn't
yeah.
see the stream, so I'm
Okay.
assuming that the talking points that I saw in email are what he actually said. But
Okay.
who knows? Yeah, we obviously wanted to make that project happen. We've known
It was on the list that got built.
It was
at some
the
point,
top of said
at
list.
some point, the company is obligated to build the list.
hashtag built the list. Like we did it. Building the list was the anyway.
No, we
Jaren's.
are still building the list.
What now? What?
Virtua
what kind?
Fighter 6.
Oh yeah, I saw your immediate response. By the way, thanks. Can I have a moment to bask in the we did this thing and you're like Virtua Fighter 6, where is it? And I'm like, dude, come on, give me a break, a minute to enjoy the glory of Shenmue 3. Yeah. Also, that theme song is real good, but having heard it in rehearsal a couple thousand times, it gets in your head, and then you have to walk around LA not singing it out loud because people will know.
Oh, right, yeah.
That was fun. So yeah, Shenmue 3, fun and super hard. We've known Suzuki-san for a long time, and he has wanted to make the game, and all the fans never stop talking about wanting that game.
Oh, believe me, I know.
You've
As,
seen it.
as someone who has come out and said, like, I don't think they should make that game, I know that there are people who are very interested in seeing that game
Yes,
get made.
they will never stop telling you that you're wrong. So we wanted to give him a stage to sort of spread his message on and hope that it could happen, and we knew it had to be supported by the fans. It's always the thing where it's like, are there 10,000 people who want this or 1 million people who want this?
Right.
And just they all have 100 alt accounts. And
Hey,
no, I
those
think
$10,000 spots went pretty fast.
quick.
Like 4 people stepped
we
up.
should
and-
probably add some more. But it's their Kickstarter, it's their game. We are sort of helping bring that message to more people, but it's we want him to make the game he wants to make.
Right, and that seems like that's the MO of third-party production
Yeah.
in the grand scheme of things, is just hooking up developers with stuff and
Yeah,
making
like
those sorts of...
experienced people at Sony who can advise to like, here is a direction you could go, here's some efficiencies you could gain, and here's some games that fans won't stop telling us that they want, so maybe you should give them those games, and if we can help along the way, that's awesome.
Cool.
And I as someone who launched a Kickstarter a little over a year ago and raised a fair amount of money for Amplitude, which is looking great. I played it today on the floor.
Cool.
Shenmue 3 being like basically the fastest funded Kickstarter in recent memory, if not of all time in games, is
Ours was faster.
yeah. Okay. Not
Very
faster to 1 million.
No, but faster to our goal.
Well, what was your goal?
$250,000.
Okay, well then set a more ambitious goal. I don't know. Like we went for 2 million. They were shot calling it. What is happening?
I'm only responding to the meeting the goal.
I didn't say meeting. You said meeting the goal. You keep changing the rules. I don't even know what to do.
Play back the record.
Play back the clip. We don't do that. It's not a
Fact
it's not,
fact checking will destroy this live show.
Square wipes. Anyway, so that's a cool thing. That and hearing people cheer and freak out was really exciting, and hearing people
So
Nobody
react
expected
was
it.
great. Well,
Nobody
people said, yeah, that, and then they all chuckle like that's never going to happen. And then
I
we did it.
I
and
think
people
before,
freaked out.
so that was the weird thing, is like before the press conference started, like we kind of went down the table and said, "So Last Guardian," everyone went, "Yeah." And
Sure.
and the Final Fantasy stuff had kind of gotten around at that point, and then I think I said like Shenmue, right?
like, yeah, okay,
and
Jeff.
everyone else was kind of like, nah, crazy. I'm like, it's a long shot. But if it happens, here's how it'll happen. And I did not get the Kickstarter part right. But
I heard a
the rest-
better rumor.
Let's
that
hear it.
Microsoft was going to announce Dreamcast backwards compatibility for Xbox One.
Going all the way for it. all the
Damn,
way back.
like, why not? Like, just if they want to get in the hearts and minds business, like emulating Dreamcast games is a pretty fast way to the top of that, right?
Yep.
Remember when you asked me about Call of Duty on the Big Live show, and I just like immediately threw to somebody else and ran away from you.
Yeah.
Also, thanks for doing that. That was real fun to try to not answer that question.
Yeah, no problem. Glad I could help with
It's
that.
fun.
Yeah.
You like Call of Duty?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, no, yeah, I do.
Big games for big mass consumer stuff, and then also games fans want. It was a fun show to watch people react to.
And so this was your first time. I mean, obviously you've been part of these press conferences before. So I mean, you had to work with the Beatles to bring them to a stage before, but this was the first time that you were kind of yes, exactly.
Happy
Usher,
Easter, Jeff.
Yes, he had to spread his Easter cheer.
Yeah. That's a fun video.
But you were, kind of, it seems like, obviously more heavily involved with this PlayStation press conference. What was that like?
I got to see most of it before it happened. That was fun. Because being like a third party at those shows, it's like you're locked in the women's locker room at the Galen Center for Xbox, for example, like for 2 days, and you could see your segment and nothing else.
Right.
It was really fun. There's obviously a million more people than me doing stuff, and they're all immeasurably smarter and more talented and have been doing it for a long time. So I was happy to be on the periphery watching really smart people make really cool stuff happen, and sitting there and having a couple people be like, you think the Shenmue thing's going to go over? And I'm like, I think it's going to go over okay, and then have that redemptive moment of like, not only did it go over okay, like people were like rending their shirts and crying on the floor and rolling around. And you're like, yeah,
finally!
That's that guy.
It seems like it's going okay.
That guy tweets at me every day. So, we're happy fans got what they wanted, and I can't wait for the game, which is, a ways off, but pretty rad.
Yeah, we'll see how that thing comes together.
How'd that answer your question?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
No, I'm just that was me asking, how are you doing?
Is it? I blacked out like halfway through when you were talking.
No.
All right. Cool.
Good. And the assembly, are you showing the game at the show?
Yeah. We're in the concourse hall showing it off all week. So yeah.
Cool. So are you just locked down in the booth, or you get a chance to get around and see anything?
Pretty locked down. I saw the conferences. I was blown away by was it Horizon Zero Dawn?
Yeah.
Amazing.
That looks really
Love
good.
That. And some really good stuff out there. But no, with Wick just doing non-stop press demos, to be honest with you, so I hardly get to see anything.
I mean, it's on some level, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah,
you're,
it's nice to be
showing
popular.
off the game to plenty of people, and getting it out there. So spreading the word. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming by.
Woo!
I wish everyone the best of luck as we get closer and closer to getting this stuff out there, and I'm super excited to finally see like consumer VR products being sold. Like it's
and people not regretting buying them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. It's been a.
That's going to be the big change.
Right. It's been a long time
It's happened
coming.
before, but never that.
People
part.
have sold consumer
exactly.
VR products before. But
Yeah. No. I
good.
was. So I mean I was at CES in '94 when Sega showed Sega VR, and that thing was garbage.
Did you hear did you read the magazine articles back about when it was canceled? One of the quotes from them, they're like, it was canceled because it was too realistic. It was so realistic.
People were
It might
flipping
give
out.
people
Yeah.
heart attacks.
Amazing.
No, I played the missile game that they were demoing there, and that was
it give you
a
a heart
while
attack?
ago.
Yeah, he died. He's dead now.
Yeah.
He's been dead forever.
It was trash. That thing was hot garbage. It was a complete mess, and it was one of those things you put it on and go, this is never going to work. So like,
Well, you were wrong, weren't you?
I should have
about the
taken the
never
long
part?
view on that one.
Yeah.
Because it seems like it's going to work.
I hope
it
so.
seems like it works now.
Yeah.
And we'll see when that stuff gets out there.
Get hyped.
2016, you guys.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of time left.
Stop talking to me. Stressing me out. Stressing
All right,
me out.
no, all right. Get out there and get back to work.
There's so many people that are like, aren't you relieved to finally announce when you're shipping? And I'm like, what a joke.
Yeah, that's amazing.
because that's when you're showing something. You're like, this is the final product, and we're promising we're going to ship it within this age range.
Right.
Like,
You've
or
given
time
yourself
range.
a deadline
Yeah.
now.
Well, why would that be the relief? I'm
Yeah,
sure you guys
no.
have gotten the same
There's
thing.
no trucks out back stock with them. We got to finish making them and get content for them and stuff.
Yeah,
It's
it'll
gonna
be a
crazy
relief.
couple
It'll be a
months.
relief when people actually have these
Yeah,
things.
I'll be
and they're
relieved when I'm
happy.
dead. It'll be great.
Great.
Until then, I'll be anxious the whole time.
And when are you looking to have? Are you looking to be in the launch window
Yeah,
here?
we'll be there day one on all the headsets.
Great.
So that's the plan. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you all for coming by.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, we are going to take a break, and we'll be back with more from Giant Bomb here in Los Angeles. Right? Right.
Yes.
Hard to say.
We'll
Los
be back.
Angeles.
Yeah.
All right, we're back, and it's time to get down to one of the biggest E3 mysteries of all. What is Firewatch? Jake and Sean are here from Campo Santo, and Roland Lesterlin, the game director of Just Cause 3. Roland, what is Firewatch?
This is really exciting for you.
Yeah, it's really exciting.
This is a really good time for us to announce our partnership.
It is.
Our Just Cause 3 Firewatch partnership.
Oh, that's what Firewatch is. It was Just Cause 3 all along.
Clearly.
Now I'm on board.
Yeah.
Okay, but when it was like throw a boombox in the water and I don't know, and then I'm just like, okay, all right. But if I can get in stunt position on the boombox and set the whole thing on fire.
Yeah. An AC-130 flies over and you hit it with a harpoon gun.
Okay.
And that you go from there. Yeah. That's why we fade out at the end of that clip.
So I watched the Firewatch trailer at the Sony press conference. Your first on PlayStation.
What'd you think of it?
I thought it looked really nice, artistically. Like
it looked really nice,
real solid.
Didn't sound good.
And no, the sound
looked great,
I'm just like,
but I mean
what
everything
is that?
that's coming
like
out
people
of
talking. Like who talks? These are video games, not talky. Like, what
That's
is that?
true.
I still I have some idea about what Firewatch is, but I want to hear.
Do you actually want to hear
Well,
about
we have
this?
time, right? Like
we are here for 45 minutes, so I guess we'll get to
Don't worry about it.
Is Firewatch?
I know, you should know he has a really great framing on that shot.
I can't
Oh,
look.
yeah.
Oh my
Oh, yeah.
god.
That's good. That's why you're getting what you're feeling.
Oh yeah, no.
Like that's why he's.
Ah!
That was.
So you play one of those guys that's in a tower, forest ranger type guy.
Yeah. So
There's a lady.
should we just go into what is like from the? I really want to tell the story, but I don't know if it's a good story or not.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Which part?
Start at the beginning.
I don't know
or the middle.
Okay, so in
Is it an
seriousness,
FTP client? Because Panic's involved,
it's
right?
true. It's
Yes,
true.
okay,
It's actually Transmit 4.
Yeah,
is what
Firewatch
is.
can handle your Amazon S3.
Great,
Like your
okay.
rack space. Got,
I have multiple buckets. I have multiple S3 buckets.
yeah,
Is
it's
it gonna
really
work?
it's good for that.
Okay. It's
good for-
Also, it's a sort of psychological thriller mystery. It's a first-person game about a guy in a lookout tower, but you can totally pair it to your Amazon S3 account. It's
Terrific. Okay.
web
Great.
development integrated environment as well. Just published straight up to your SFTP server.
Great.
It's really
Awesome.
good.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I will say it's a first-person adventure game. That's the
Okay.
best way to describe it.
Yeah.
So like, the design. I am going to just tell a story because I think
Sure,
it's the
tell a
best way
story.
to describe this game. So, this is going to be long and a little off topic, but I think it'll get you to the essence. Of
Or it'll
why-
make you hate the game more.
Yeah, or like you'll just watch viewer count just start to like halve itself, and then like we'll do a slow fade out to the black and white other room. That's just totally fine.
Maybe we should start with Just Cause 3.
Yeah. Okay. So, Just Cause 3. I saw Just Cause 3 at a pre-show event. Got to play a little bit of it for myself, and holy shit, man!
So you start like looking at fires.
Oh my god! Wouldn't that just be the worst?
Yeah. We do have a lot of watchtowers actually, but they all explode.
Yeah.
When you
good.
shoot them with
Do
RPGs.
watchtowers-
So do all of ours.
They do.
No, just kidding.
Okay. All right. No exploding watch. Okay.
It's a shame. I like explosions.
I ended up kind of coming to Just Cause 2 a little late.
Okay, how late? Yesterday?
Like years, like a year or two after its release. Kind of tried playing it, just I never got the kind of just grapple to parachute, like the propulsion stuff. I never got it quite down. But now you're redesigning the parachute stuff. You've got the wingsuit in there.
We do.
And
what do you think? You played it?
It feels real good.
Yeah.
It feels real good.
We
But
spent
I
a lot
guess-
of time on feel.
So it seems like there are a lot of decisions that get made while you're designing this game, I assume.
Yes.
I get the impression that every time you had to make a decision for Just Cause 3, like, from what I've seen of it so far, you picked the one that was like, what's going to be the fucking craziest thing we can do that would just blow up more shit? What would be the cooler, most insane thing we could do here?
That's pretty much how we go every day. I mean, that's a regular start to your workday.
Yeah.
You sit there and you think, how do we surprise someone who's played Just Cause 2 or any other game out there? And to be able to go out there and make a game that will actually still surprise you and maybe even make you laugh out loud still and remember why you're 12 years old and having fun, that's kind of the essence of where Just Cause is fun, and we've tried to make that again.
You're really
be a
selling this.
12-year-old.
Like I'm misting up hearing you
You
talk
want-
about
you
it.
want- Now you're excited.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. No, it was too
I remembered when I was 12.
And it was great. Like
Playing
people were
Just Cause.
tall and playing Just Cause when you were 12.
No,
that's impressive.
I wish I had though.
Me too. I would have liked video games a lot more.
Yeah. So now this is the first Just Cause that you've worked on.
This is my
we,
first.
we were talking
I was
beforehand.
actually
It
gonna
seems like a lot of the
Yeah, I've just
you're-
been a fan of it since
Yeah.
the beginning, and when the opportunity came up, it's one of those easy responses. Like, hey, do you want to direct Just Cause? You just say yes.
Absolutely. Of
There's
course.
not a long phone call there.
When a game has everything in it, like so much stuff in it, like I can't even comprehend. Like you're sitting down and you're thinking about, okay, this is like the core gameplay flow of this game.
I think that's a very good point, Sean.
Oh no! No!
That's
You're not going to be mic'd up. Hi, Steve.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, my God.
How you doing?
I'm 0 for 2 on
Hey,
starting
Roland.
ideas
How you doing?
to be
Yeah.
interrupted.
Hey.
Hey, Steve. This is going to be really fun for everyone.
How's it going, dude?
Here's a mic for you.
Thank you.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah.
There you go.
Steve Gainer's here.
Steve Gaynor, what is Firewatch?
Well, it's like Gone Home.
Okay.
I did that for Sean.
Your mic fell off,
I know.
unfortunately.
It's fine.
Sorry, no one heard
your
it.
mic, Sean.
They can't.
How's it going, Jeff?
It's going pretty good.
Good.
Thanks for dropping by.
My pleasure.
Yeah, man.
All right.
made Just Cause.
Well, making it.
This isn't the
middle of it.
Xbox keynote. They could have just lowered you down from the sky.
I'm like a car in that way.
grappled in.
You're like a car in a lot of ways. Just an uncontrollable killing machine that veers into all sorts of organized human events.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a bit of a hit and run, except I'm not going anywhere. I'm
Sure.
chilling on
So
the
this is
couch.
a hit and just the tires on our chest.
Yeah, a hit
And
and
I'm
chill.
trying to like hit my life alert. And
They're
nobody's
gonna make
coming.
you wear that microphone.
Oh,
whether you
Yeah.
want it or
we're
not.
gonna
Whether
wear
you
it.
like it
They're
or
working on
not,
it.
you will wear the
The
microphone.
thing is, I love to wear it.
There are all these people out there that didn't hear anything that you said before that.
I'm talking very loudly.
Okay.
It'll be
That's
okay.
true. That you really-
Hey, Steve.
Here. Steve, Jake's really excited to see you, Steve. I'm going to pin this to you so it doesn't fall off again.
Wow, this guy's multi-talented.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
he makes FTP clients and can clip on a microphone, and
Yeah, we're in
that's,
the
that's
FTP business
multifaceted. The one thing from playing Just Cause 3.
Well done. Well done.
Segue. Awesome.
That I didn't do, and I guess it wasn't really in the demo. It seems like you're really explicitly focusing on fucking shit up.
Yeah.
And I mean, there is a story to this game.
There's a story.
You talk about kind of Rico returning to his mother's homeland, all this sort of stuff. How do you balance between okay, we want this game to be crazy, off the chain a lot of the time, while also kind of providing these goals and things for people to do that might not always be just blow up everything? Or I guess maybe my question is every mission just blow up everything?
But, I mean, you can, because it's Just Cause.
Yeah.
I was kind of inspired by, the old Spielberg movies like Indiana Jones and even more modern stuff that's sillier, like Tropic Thunder. Just, you can be as ridiculous as you want. But if you have some characters that feel kind of real, then it's good. Then you have fun, and you can be really silly, and then you try to write as many one-liners as possible that feel like Arnold Schwarzenegger wrote the script.
Yeah.
That's what we do for Firewatch.
Yeah.
Almost exactly.
It's exactly
almost verbatim. I'm like, would Arnold Schwarzenegger have written a script? No, and I go back into my office and I come out later.
You come out later?
Yeah, a lot of ice to me chews, things like this.
That's McBain.
What? Oh, it's
close.
If
I think
you're like, well, it's an
at this
Arnold
point,
Schwarzenegger simulacrum.
Yeah.
So we'll let it pass.
Are you sure he didn't say ice to meet you when he was Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, in the freeze ice freeze whatever video. Yeah, no, that's from a movie, I guess.
That's from Batman and
I've just seen the.
Which action movies is Tacoma pulling from?
Well,
I saw some Cobra in there.
a little bit of that. It's that old style Stallone.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
that good Stallone.
Yeah, classic Stallone.
Yeah, post First Blood Part 2, pre Rambo 3.
Yeah, no, that was a wonderful time
It's
for America.
Yeah, it's a very specific slice of Americana that we're drawing from.
It's like
Great.
Speed 2. Wouldn't you say that? Like, if the space station must
it's-
go a certain speed.
It's like Friday the 13th 10 Jason in space because it's on a
the
space
X.
station. Yeah, but there's no serial killer. So
Can I pre-order to
it's the
get like a
space
hockey
part.
mask or something? Is there some kind of like bonus there?
I'm wearing a hockey mask the whole time in Tacoma. You just can't see your own reflection.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why you're doing
It's the
sign
power of
language because nobody can
imagination.
hear your voice through the hockey mask.
That makes
It's like,
sense.
Well, also Jason can't talk.
Well,
Spoiler.
is that ever
Wow,
true?
really?
Wait a second.
How do you know that Jason doesn't just choose not to talk?
Well, I played Mortal Kombat X, and the character doesn't talk at all there. So, I mean, that's pretty much canon.
That's
right?
that's as good as reading the Wikipedia page.
Imagine
Yeah.
the world where in Mortal Kombat X, Jason said, "Get over here."
Would he reach out with his blade?
Yeah, just imagine how terrible and amazing that would be.
What
if it was just a guy sort
What
of
if he
muffled.
occasionally popped out of the corner and said "toasty"?
That
would be fine.
I might be a little more on board with that than what the way they actually implement. He's really tall in that game in a way that makes me feel like Scorpion's not as cool as he used to be because here's this guy from somewhere else and he's so tall.
So he made the rest of Mortal Kombat less cool.
A little bit.
Have you ever met Scorpion? He's like 5'3".
Yeah, I mean, if we assume that Ed Boon
Yeah,
is
Scorpion.
Scorpion, then I guess I kind of have. I guess. I
You've
mean,
met Scorpion,
He
really,
does the
actually?
voice.
The voice.
That counts.
Ed Boon
right?
did the voice?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
He has some kind of record for doing the voice of a character in a video game for the longest period of time.
Wow.
Because he's been the voice since the beginning. It's
amazing.
Yeah, yeah. It's a weird.
I like it.
It's weird that I know that. Maybe not that weird.
I don't think so. Given
If
your
there's anything you would know.
given your chosen profession, I feel like that's a valid factoid for you to have
I
on.
guess so. Like Mother's Birthday, I don't know, but like that's
Voice of Scorpion.
Voice of Scorpion. Well, it's Ed Boon, and if he's done it since the first.
Coincidentally, same birthday, probably maybe as your mom.
Maybe
Should be interesting.
Maybe.
But he wasn't the voice of Sub-Zero? Did Sub-Zero ever say anything?
I mean, now they all talk because
Nice
there's
to
a
meet
big
you.
story mode and all this other
Mostly.
stuff, and now
Oh, right,
it's
like
a
chill
whole
out.
big thing. But yeah, before it was just like, there was like, chill out, that was the whole thing. Yeah.
I remember that now.
Yeah.
Wow. How could I have forgotten?
I mean, they started at MK2. MK1 didn't have as much speech.
Yeah, makes sense.
Just Cause 2 had a hugely popular multiplayer
You are
mod.
so good at just segues.
This was,
Is he?
Is this what we call segs?
That's how we
Is this
go.
what we call deep segs?
Yeah, this is the deepest.
Exhuming the train
No,
somehow.
people are
going to
go back and watch
the
this
rails.
later, and there are levels to this that are going to, like, when we tie back into the FTP stuff from the start, people are going to go like, fuck. And
I feel like
I will really answer your question about what is Firewatch, but I figure we do
We're
have
gonna talk
time.
about Just Cause and sound effects in Mortal Kombat and nothing.
Yeah,
The
obviously.
really
I'd
nice
like to
thing
warm
about
up
how
with
you're
that
working
stuff.
it is you're making it really easy for in post for them just to cut out all of the bullshit we're saying and make it all about
that's
Just
exactly
Cause.
how we operate. We want to cut out all of the bullshit. That's pretty much that's the Giant Bomb mantra. It's right below the title. Is just like none of this bullshit.
Restate.
Jeff asked me
games.
3 questions about Just Cause.
Yes.
And then it ends.
And then it ends.
Yeah.
And,
then it
and the
ends.
title is The Just Cause 3.
The Square Enix press conference this morning did address the kind of the modding community around Just Cause 2 and the Just Cause 2 multiplayer. I understand like there's been some kind of statement about kind of what Just Cause 3 and how it relates to that will be, but like what was that insanity? Like how influential was that on kind of what you want to do with Just Cause 3?
I mean, all the modding community is awesome. I mean, most of devs come from modding or hacking or doing something to a game when you weren't meant to at some point. And that was awesome. I started doing that by putting curse words in games when I was 8 because I thought it was funny. You know, so you do that to start. It would be weird as a developer to say, don't do that anymore.
Right.
God, that just reminded me that I used ResEdit to replace all the aliens in Marathon with Barney the Dinosaur.
You made that mod?
No, I didn't release it.
I downloaded a Doom mod that you can nuke Barney. It was a popular idea.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I
They
want to
put-
play that now.
Yeah, you could jib Barney.
I edited the loading screen of a Wheel of Fortune game to put my name on it.
That's pretty
That's
good.
really
good.
And now I write about games.
There's always a spot for you at Campo Santo, though.
Great. No, I know how to
Yeah.
FTP stuff really well. So I figured I'd fit right in.
There it was. You did it.
Yeah.
That was the callback. You got
Boom.
it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Firewatch.
Let's talk about Firewatch.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to actually talk about this. What?
Just every time you're like,
I do really want to talk about this.
How do I throw the boombox in the water?
It's really
You
easy.
just press A, actually, right?
Okay.
You played it.
Yeah.
Do I have to push A to pick it up too? Is it just in my inventory? Do I have to go to it? Is this a scum
Current
game?
control schemes, you would press. I guess. Sorry, we're on PlayStation 4 now, so you'd press cross or the X.
Right. I'm sorry. Yes.
calling it cross all the way on
Yeah.
brand there with that.
Went-
It's not even
And man, I
full
read the
on.
whole manual before I left the house about like everything I was allowed to say about the PlayStation 4.
It's called
console.
Cross.
the PlayStation 4 computer entertainment system or whatever it's
Yeah.
called. Anyway.
Yeah, you press cross.
All the other ones have normal names. It's just circle, square, triangle,
And cross.
Cross.
Yeah,
It
Yeah.
can't be X.
No, there's
'cause
not-
Then that's
there's-
like a different.
But
that'd be like
Console.
Xbox.
Oh.
Or like.
I can't
Super
tell how much you
Nintendo.
actually want to know about Firewatch and how much you just want us to sort of trip over each other and in the name of preserving the mystery.
Well, we
It's
have 40 minutes. So.
We don't even. We've got like 5 minutes at this
Yeah,
point.
it'd
We
be a
must, right? How long do
45-minute
we have?
Mr. Magoo just tumbling downstairs.
Is Tacoma like Firewatch? Maybe I could back
Oh,
into
that's
this that
interesting.
way. Do you when you're making Tacoma, are you looking at Firewatch and going like those fuckers?
You have hands on screen now.
We do every
Explain
once
yourself.
in a while. Yeah. Not gonna do as much as you guys.
That's true.
You put hands all over the place.
Yeah,
we only do. it
we
when
really
have
like
to.
hands on screen.
But are both of these games very handsy?
It seems like our game is more handsy than yours.
Yeah, yours is a lot more.
But that doesn't mean
hands-
anything.
A lot
That's not
more
a-
handsome.
Steven.
What? Do I have to leave? Did I just ruin the Giant Bomb?
You did a bad there.
Okay,
You did
that's
a real
fine,
bad.
That's fine though. We do have hands now,
Okay.
but only sometimes. Like
Occasional
when,
hands.
Like when she's doing like the sign in thing with the sign language.
Is your game puzzly?
Not really. I mean, it's no more puzzly than Gone Home. Like,
Yeah,
the, the closest thing to a puzzle is just figuring out how to get all the way to the place to unlock the thing to get into more areas.
Will there be any kind of gesture support so that I can be handsy
I mean,
and
that
like
would
log
be-
in to the?
That would be awesome.
PS4 is
I
announcing
don't
a
know.
skin glove that you can put your hand into.
Are they
And
going
when
to
you do
call it the skin
gestures-
glove?
It's a work. No, I think it's a working name. I'm probably not supposed to say that.
Okay.
It might, I mean,
They
it
told
might-
us not to tell you.
it's
It's called the skin
It's either the
glove.
skin glove
Just
or
cause
the
we have
Inside,
skin
no,
gloves.
it's
squared
great.
on
We're
the-
definitely going to support skin
Jake
gloves.
and I have been talking about it.
Outstanding. I'm all for this.
Everyone had skin gloves in their keynotes, so that's the thing, right?
Yeah, totally. Everyone's
Inside
like
it-
skin gloved up.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
wearing one
great.
right now.
No, they're quite nice.
You're
don't
wearing a
even wanna know
totally
where that
different
means.
skin glove.
I don't even want to know where
That
you're
is
wearing
that is a
it.
Mad Cat's peripheral.
I'm wearing the same skin glove. I just wear mine a little differently.
That's very impressive.
God, yeah, Sean. No one wants the aftermarket third-party skin glove.
Yeah,
no one's going to Nyko and going like, our skin glove's got a side to keep it cool.
That's incredibly dangerous.
No, you don't want to do that.
I think we can all agree.
Like, keep it clean, but
No. I want it clean and I want it normal temperatures.
Yes. No.
Yeah, no
keep it clammy
aftermarket
in
cooling.
there.
Yeah.
Liquid cooled skin glove.
Is Firewatch so
That's what
intense
I
that I might want to play it with a controller that has a built-in fan to keep my hands cool?
That's a really good question.
No.
I'm glad you asked. The answer is absolutely not.
No, you don't.
Okay.
It has moments of tension, you know. I mean, I really will answer your question, but you don't really care.
No, I'm done
preserve the
playing
mystery.
video games. Like, this is like
The
whatever.
thing is, he asked, but I think he already knows.
I think so too.
Tell
Yeah?
us. You tell us.
You
what-
Okay,
tell us
I'm
what
going to tell
Firewatch
you what
is.
Firewatch is.
Steve.
Okay,
Turned it right around on him.
it's like Gone Home.
No.
Thank you, sir.
It is.
GoneHomeGame.com.
Official.
It's probably
In that you
Is it
walk
full price
around
right
a
now?
lot and there's some talking and you learn some things about the world. The difference here is that you will talk back.
you don't talk in Gone Home. You know that, right?
I know, but like
But there is
there's talking.
There is talking.
That's what I'm
Correct.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
You
The
guys-
difference is
okay,
the key
let him finish.
differentiator.
You're right.
Let him finish.
The pillars of Firewatch: 1, talking; 2, fires; 3, this boombox water thing I keep hearing about.
Which is great.
Yeah.
You can you can swear at teens early game.
You
is
can- oh,
shouting
that-
at-
yeah, we don't
shouting-
withhold that.
Shouting at, if I'm not mistaken, implicitly naked teens. That's edgy as shit.
It is implied that the teens are naked. It's also not implied that they're
one-
teens.
one
We've
of
been
the-
calling them teens because it was the easy. It was the
saw-
shortest.
some teens are
it's-
19.
It's not implied. It was the text on
Your
screen
Honor?
when
Oh
you
my
mouse
gosh,
over
it
them.
was, yeah.
It says teens, and there's.
I don't know if we'll ship with that. But
Okay,
yeah.
so like,
Do you play as a teen in Tacoma?
Key feature of
a good
Firewatch is shouting at nude teens.
if we had a box, I would really push for that to be a
Is that
bullet
an
on the back.
ESRB like
I mean, you can-
descriptor
you can put
shouting
it
at
on
new
your sidebar.
teens?
Well, that was the working subtitle. It was Firewatch nude teen shouter at
Shouter.
It's a nude
It worked for the guy.
It's a
It's
new
an
teen.
NTS.
It's an NTS. Yes.
It's an
It's a new teen
NTSC
shouter.
with the C.
It's important. You've just developed a new
You
genre.
collect items.
Yes.
You use those items to interact with other parts of the world.
Not really.
Sometimes.
Kind of.
Kind of.
That axe.
You showed
the
an
ropes,
Okay, you're right.
Tons of
You
shit.
showed Yeah, okay.
Let him finish.
You can solve.
Yeah, who was
there
the one
there
that
are
said Jeff
puzzles
needs to
to
finish?
solve with some of these items that may gate your access to other parts of the area.
Well,
Yes,
Kind
I
of.
would, it's
Okay.
more. I would
Areas.
say it's more like I want to go there because I can see this landmark on the map, or even with
So it's
my
an
own
open world
eyes.
game. You see it, you can go there. It's like Skyrim. Look at like a Skyrim demo. Like, look at that mountain. You can go
It's
to that
less
mountain.
like that.
It's close,
Okay.
but it is.
there are places,
it is
though.
a contiguous world that like you can go without loading and go as far all the way to the edge.
thing
of
is,
the
You
It's
can't
like-
sort of scoot up the side of a mountain and get somewhere. Though it's more like
There's no
Metroid
yeah.
Prime in that it's more. There's
Yeah.
clear edges to the level, but it's still
So
a
whenever there's an
contiguous
explosion,
space.
do you see the Firewatch man's face on the inside of the visor like Metroid Prime? Or
Only if you lower the visor.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So visor lower.
And whenever there's an
That's a feature.
explosion, I can promise you that happens.
First person
Great.
visor
Do you
lower.
have a
All right.
Yeah.
Every single
Every single
explosion
time
in
there is an
Firewatch,
explosion in
you
the
will
game,
see the
that
inside. You'll
In
see
fact,
the,
every single time there's an explosion, you will see Samus Aran's face.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
100%.
That seems illegal.
Guaranteed.
But
You know what though?
I'm not
the
a
first
lawyer.
part. The first, the first party guys have got are really they're not uptight. They act like at E3. It's like, oh, our shit's better than your shit.
We explained this to them in the reflection thing, and they said, "Wait, so are you playing as Samus?" We said, "No, it's just that you're playing as a guy wearing a Samus mask
With a visor in front of
with a
the mask.
visor in front of the mask." Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
then-
why we never show him
So
from
you
the
have two
outside
masks?
because
Well, he's cosplaying as Samus, but it's really accurate. So he's wearing like a mask of like what Samus's face looks like
so
with the
if
mask
I
off.
get the
Yeah.
Jason pre-order DLC, I'm playing as Samus wearing a Jason mask
And a visor.
and a visor.
It's postmodern in its references, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. That goes deep.
Yeah.
So Firewatch is an adventure game.
I mean,
I
the
mean, you
thing
nailed
is
it.
like
You answered
I
your
will
own
say
question.
it is really hard to pin down a genre for the game. Like we did a live. Thanks, Steve. What's the genre?
It's an adventure game.
You think so?
It's an adventure exploration game.
Is it an action adventure game?
No, I mean
No.
we.
Yes? No?
It's
They
not.
both said no.
You can
Simultaneously.
sort
No.
of you can
It's not an action game.
you have like ropes that you can use to climb down stuff, and you have an axe that you can use to sort of chop your way through things. And there's a lot of climbing on stuff, but it's more Like we
Yeah,
kind
you
of
have mantling.
We
You have
think we have
first-person
mantling and stuff. We
But it's not like a timing thing, and you don't
No,
have to like.
It's
there's no
almost
time
more
pressure.
just there to mix up your controls, so you're not just walking and to make the universe more interesting to explore, to sort of pace
And it's
stuff.
like it's
I mean,
important that it feels good.
Yeah.
Like, it's
well,
like
and
that you
the
feel
axe
like
and the
you're
rope
going,
and stuff
yeah.
are like the gating tools in a Metroid game, where
Sure.
it's like, oh well, I see if I had a rope, I could go up there. Now I have the rope. Now I can go back to those
Or like,
places.
oh, I
and
wish
get
I could
up there.
attach a rope to this thing here.
Yeah.
In Just Cause 3, you can attach ropes to whatever the fuck you want, and then make them collide into each other. Is there
That's
a
a really
colliding
good
into
point.
each other mechanic in Firewatch?
Well, we played Just Cause 2 when we saw how much they could do with ropes colliding, like connecting to each other, and we said that looks quite expensive.
our rope in Firewatch is actually physically driven. It's a full simulated rope, but it's just to simulate a fat guy climbing down a hill. So when the game breaks, it looks like
a
Just
big
Cause
bump.
because it flies all over the place and connects to things that it's not supposed to. But we
when it
don't want
breaks,
that to
it looks
happen in
like Just
Firewatch.
Cause.
Actually, like
That's not a feature.
Yeah.
we'll leave that to the mod
Yeah.
community.
Will Tacoma have space ropes?
Space ropes. We have
Hard
like
questions
We
here.
have
It's
some
a grapple beam.
We have
Yeah.
cables and stuff. We do have like things that kind of like float nicely, but there's no
Tethers.
grappling.
Like undulate?
There's no pulling yourself
Parachutes?
along. There are very many zero gravity parachutes.
Is there a wingsuit in Firewatch?
I don't know how
I would
they
love
We've talked about the wingsuit being a new
But
game plus
we're doing
feature.
it.
Okay, all right. Second time through, play with the
committing to
wingsuit.
It is. I mean,
Yeah, you're right.
it is actually funny to build a really big because the world's pretty much built now, more or less, and it's way bigger than what we ever thought it would be.
And you even made it like way smaller than you had originally made it, right?
We shrank it multiple times and it's still huge.
yeah.
Yeah. And once you build a whole beautiful world that looks amazing, and you start thinking like, God, it would be kind of great to have a wingsuit in here. So I see how you get to Just Cause 3 like really quick.
Yeah.
You know, like we're like walking around with a map.
Oh yeah,
and
no.
a
The
compass.
moment like you
Yeah.
Firewatch is all just you walk around in it, and there's like to the point there's not you
And
don't
run.
you don't jump in Firewatch,
Do
but
run.
when Firewatch is before we had our current first-person character controller, you could jump in Firewatch, and then you could make yourself jump really far, and then it was like
Just spring around
again,
the world,
just all you want is to jump a million miles into the air and then deploy a wingsuit and then connect a grappling hook to something. So I guess everyone else is making the wrong game.
Yeah, no, that's if something that's like come out of like E3 is like I feel in some ways people are kind of making the wrong game because
it's not Just Cause.
It's not Just Cause 3.
Fuck. Yeah, it's
I'm
true.
kind of happy that not everyone is making.
Yeah, I
Just
guess
Cause
they would.
3.
It
that would be-
That'd be a bummer.
kind of rough. How do you rein it in when you're making a game like Just Cause 3 where you
Why
kind
would I
of
want to rein
That's
it
a
in?
never before asked question.
like at some point, at some point you have
use
to
the
have
grappling hook.
rules.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Nice. Good response.
Otherwise, doesn't the game get way too easy? If you don't rein it in at least a little bit and
I mean, a little bit.
give you some rules.
We don't give you a jetpack yet,
Yeah.
so
Very
Yeah.
restrained.
That's the restraint. You don't have an unlimited powered jetpack yet in this game.
You do have one of those water jetpacks, though.
that's true.
You always
Because
take
like,
the
think about like games that like go up the insanity scale or go up the crazy scale. Like at some point you get to that Saints Row point where like you've made the character fly, you've trivialized all of the cars in the game and all that sort of stuff to the point where like yes it's fun, but then where do you go from there? Or do you just it's at this point you just like we don't care about Just Cause 4, we're too busy making Just Cause 3.
I think I'll have gone too far if there's like a wingsuit on a shark,
Okay.
and then it's probably jumping it too far.
That's all right.
Right?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Maybe-
Fair enough.
maybe
yeah.
not. Maybe that's fun.
Do you have like infinite parachutes? Like if you fall off a plane, is it guaranteed you can always parachute out of it? Or I
We
guess you
actually
can always grapple back. onto
Our
the plane or
parachute.
whatever.
We've actually put a reason why you have infinite parachutes now. It actually sucks back into your back
That's
every
really
time,
cool.
Good.
and then goes back. So we actually put in a couple frames of animation.
When the
to
parachute
explain
sucks
it.
into your back, does it pull you up?
The lore is important
Well,
here. You have to-
originally we actually wanted to put a giant pile of parachutes somewhere in the world where there was just like 80 billion parachutes there for no reason. That was just like what happened when Rico got rid of all his parachutes.
like someone's just going around finding them and going like, "Here's another one."
Yeah, and then I wanted like at your 10 millionth parachute pull for it just not to work, just once.
That would be amazing.
And he's
It's just like a
holding ring with a string on
0.001%
it. It's
chance
like, oh
that
my
you just
goodness.
pull it and like silverware flies out.
Yeah,
Like,
that would be-
wrong one.
I mean, that would be great.
That is for Just Cause 3 : Far Cry 2.
All right.
Oh,
you got a parachute. You got a wingsuit. You got malaria. Let's talk about it. I don't want to get you guys talking about just.
No, we're
Far
not
Cry
going.
2.
We're not going
That's-
to. You'll notice that. You'll
Did
notice that-
someone say Far Cry 2?
Oh, Firewatch's in-game map actually looks a lot like the map in Far Cry 2 because I really like the Far Cry 2 map.
Yeah, you
Okay.
guys straight up ripped off the Far Cry
UI
2
for
map,
it?
which is
Yeah, no,
Inspired by
a
Steve.
hand brings up a nice
Yeah,
sort of
inspired
flappy
by-
paper map that has a
Stole
lot
it.
of really nice stuff on it. It looks like Far
Do
Cry.
grenades
Broke
roll
it at
downhill
Ubisoft.
in
Yeah.
Firewatch?
Grenades don't roll down hills, but like
Lots of everything.
beer cans and pine cones.
That
and
causes
stuff too.
problems though sometimes when like a thing that you don't expect to rolls in a teen interacts with it because it hits their trigger volume and you didn't expect that to happen.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that's fun to make a game like that.
Yeah.
To make well, it's fun to make an adventure game with systems. Like it's like those type of systems where you're like unexpected outcome. Do we support that? And then we all kind of go like, I'm like, oh yeah, I can write like 3 lines of dialogue to make that happen if this thing rolls.
Or
into
you
here.
just let it happen and it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel
it's
like
really
on
fun.
some level that's actually a really good summation of the kinds of games we make. They're adventure games with systems. Like I really
That's a really
like
good point, actually.
Gone Home. It's in a lot of ways is like walk around and click on this stuff and find this stuff, but also has a full physics system. So people like gather up all the objects in the house and pile them in the bathtub or whatever.
Right.
You know, like it matters that there is systemic light and shadow and physical objects. It affects how you actually encounter the world, and I think it's totally true of Firewatch as well.
Yeah, I like the way it lets player expressivity mess with the story so much and
Or
make the story
with your
really feel
perception
like
of the
your own.
story.
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
mean. Like
Yeah.
the story that you're experiencing. You know, like we put
It'll personalize a little bit because they'll have moments that they can look at and go like,
Yeah,
I
'cause
remember
you're
when
gonna
that thing
remember the
rolled
time
down
you
the
did
hill,
that
it was
thing.
fucked up.
and I like that.
I threw that box to those teens, and that was crazy.
Or it was rolled in with those teens?
and they went like, "That's nature. I'm not afraid of that."
Yeah, the saddest version of that is when you pick up the whiskey bottle and then you set it down, but it just angles a little bit and then spends like 3 minutes rolling into the lake, and you don't realize it, and then they just start screaming at you for messing with their stuff because it finally splashes into the water.
You've ruined our whiskey. And you're like, well,
I didn't know.
Anybody could have stopped that. yeah.
These are very lazy teens. You know how teens are.
Well, they're drunk. You know, they, you know, it's
Naked.
They're the 80s.
You found their underwear.
Yeah,
That's a problem.
They're implicitly naked.
You have their underwear.
Yeah.
They have to stay out on that really far away little island.
That's true. For now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve.
Wanna.
Surprises. But like we put a turtle in the game that you can find and like basically be like adopt it.
Like you're
And
hanging
that
out
was
with this
just, like,
turtle
an
for the rest of the
idea.
game.
That was just an idea that like somebody had one day, and we said, oh yeah, we can probably do that. And like James, our animator, animated it. That's why it's in the trailer, the PS4 trailer. And but then it's sort of like the systems thing kicked in, where somebody was like, well, can you throw it off the into the canyon? Yes. Like, will something happen? Could. So I put it on my could list.
Yeah, right.
And then and like we were talking about today we were doing a bit of live press, and we were talking about the outhouse. Got to have a good outhouse system, video game toilets.
Yeah.
I know you're a big aficionado.
Deeply interactive.
And then somebody talked about like throwing him into the pit of the outhouse and closing him in and leaving him in there for the rest of the game, and that's totally something you can do. And so when you have systems that like start to allow you to,
That's the action, by the way. That's the action that really gets you on the right track to solving the mystery.
That's
of what's going on
crit
in
path.
Firewatch.
That's crit path to solving the
Players
mystery.
who don't do that will never understand the mystery of Firewatch.
Well, it is
we don't
an
put
adventure
a
game.
turtle
I
in
mean,
a porta
you know,
potty.
you do need to have some kind
You
of
have to
classic, like,
hypnotize him first.
esoteric.
Yeah.
Well,
It's-
yeah,
it's the-
naturally.
it's the hamster in the
I'm going to
microwave
insult
moment.
sword fight this turtle, and then whatever happens after that.
It just kind of reminds, because we designed adventure games at Telltale for a long time, so it's like it reminds us that like when we start having all these like systems that collide with each other and create moments to happen, that like we have to like actually think about it when you put a living creature in there.
Have you actually written lines for what happens if you act like, because that seems like one of those things where if you're going to acknowledge it, it's one of those crazy things where the player character has to acknowledge that they are terrible.
It's
like,
a line,
that they
yeah.
just did something no one would actually probably do unless they were just awful, and then they just have to like you're like
or just
stop. Okay, it's
Okay.
fine.
Fuck off.
Can you blow up turtles in Just Cause 3?
We have no turtles.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yet.
All right.
Do you have any
Yes.
other
They're with
wildlife?
the jetpacks.
Turtle DLC.
Yeah, exactly. There will
Coming
be a
soon.
turtle
Jetpack
DLC.
Turtle DLC.
All right,
I just announced
let's
it
run
now.
it down here.
Yeah, we can wrap it up.
All right, let's run it
Thanks,
down
Sean.
here.
Oh, he was
We've
going to
got
throw a chair.
no. We
That's the universal sign for like.
Is that how good this conversation has been, Alex?
I know that these are all unreleased games, and it would be unfair to rate them at this time. But let's just
do it.
review all these games by a rating system. Let's just pick one out of the air, like I don't know, number of explosions, for example.
That sounds great.
Firewatch. How many explosions would you estimate are in Firewatch?
That's a really good question.
Great.
Would I estimate?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's a lot of emotional explosions. So sometimes I think the beat.
Fuck
sounds
off.
like zero to
Fuck
me.
off.
Yeah, that's not that.
There's no
Tacoma.
explosions.
How much stuff was it going to explode in Tacoma?
You're in space. It's
There's
tough.
no air in space.
Okay.
There's air inside the station.
Yeah.
0 to 1.
Okay. Is there Just Cause 3?
TBD.
How many numbers are there?
If I could do anything with numbers or math, I would have not gotten to
whatever,
this business.
The max 32-bit so whatever it is, it has to do with FTP.
So. Okay, all right. So Just Cause 3 is the world's premier leading FTP client, coming out December 1st.
December 1st.
December 1st.
Oh, congrats. That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to be a fun summer.
Happy holiday.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be great.
And Mortal Kombat X is available in stores right now.
That's a good...
Firewatch.
I was going to say Firewatch is going to have some Mortal Kombat X DLC coming. But no, we don't have a date yet, but it will be announcing one soon.
You damn indie kids, just put it out whenever, man. I see how it is.
Well,
Tacoma, when's that coming out?
When we fucking feel like it.
Fucking
bro.
A.
Oh God, Steven.
That's how you say that shit. That's you don't say like
I know.
we don't have it. It's like
never.
We're not sure yet, but
yeah, that's good.
That'd be good.
That was
like
great.
That one. Yeah.
All right.
That was so affable.
Thank you all for coming.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what Firewatch is.
But you can find
It's a real-time strategy game that connects to Amazon S3, Just Cause 3. You have guns. We'll be back. All right, we are back. Thanks for hanging out with us. Our E3 coverage continues. It's only day one. We got 2 more nights of this stuff, but it's on right now because joining us right now, we've got Phil Spencer and Kudo Sonoda from Microsoft. How are you guys doing?
Thanks for having us. It's great to be here.
Yeah. Welcome back, Kudo. It has been a while.
Yeah, it's been a little bit, but it's awesome to be here. You sound so excited about being here yourself during your intro.
It's
day one, but
Mr.
we're still here.
Excitement over here.
When is the last time you were on the show?
It's,
I don't know,
it's
maybe
been
3
a
years.
while. Yeah. It's been a little bit, but I mean, man, I just your history. I remember visiting the 3DO offices.
Whoa, that's going way back.
And
thanks for calling that one out in a public forum. I
yeah,
really appreciate
absolutely.
that.
And of course, the time at EA Chicago.
Yeah,
and
Fight Night.
Yeah, the Fight Night, and I was a big Def Jam Icon fan.
Oh, good, thank you. That's really nice.
It had an authenticity that the wrestling games didn't have.
Yeah, no, that's a super fun game to work on.
Yeah, no, I really appreciated that one. But let's talk about Microsoft. What is Firewatch?
That seems to be the thing. It seems to be the thing.
Forget Firewatch. We'll never know. We'll never know what it is.
It can't be known.
It's never coming out.
It can't be known.
Big show, big press conference. A lot of it seems like you guys are just continuing to make moves. I got to say, the thing that jumped out at me is like being completely unpredictable, unexpected was the backwards compatibility stuff. I don't know. I mean, it maybe isn't all 100% up your alley. How are you guys doing that stuff? It seems like emulating an Xbox 360 on Xbox One would be pretty hard.
It is hard, and it was our decision in the leadership team to make the investment. How it happened was almost exactly a year ago. We started talking about things that we could do to make 360 owners look at Xbox One as a safe place to play. And millions of people made investments in 360 content. We just thought the right thing to do was to make it go that content go forward. But we didn't know. It was PowerPC to x86.
Right.
The approach that we've taken is to actually emulate the full Xbox 360 OS. Or the full Xbox 360 hardware layer. So the OS for the 360 is actually running when you run the game. And if you watch the game's boot right now, you'll see actually the Xbox 360 boot animation come up.
So it sounds like a pretty low-level emulation.
It is. And that from a performance standpoint, it allows us to work. So we're able to get really frame-by-frame performance equivalent. The Bach Live thinks you're on a 360, and people have been watching some of the things I've been playing over the last month, and people have been asking, hey, why are you playing Mass Effect on the 360? I was actually playing on the Xbox One. And then from the reverse side, so the 360 games think they're running on the 360 OS, which they are, and the 360 OS thinks it's running on the hardware, which it's not. It's running on an emulated kind of VM. On the other side, Xbox One thinks it's a game. That's why things like streaming and game DVR and screenshots all work, because it thinks there's just one big game that's called 360. But that's why you kind of download a manifest or a wrapper for the 360 game so that we can say, hey, this is actually Banjo or this is Mass Effect or whatever it is.
Configure the parameters of the emulator so that it runs right.
But the emulator runs exactly the same for all the games.
Okay.
So that's because I was around when we did the original Xbox to 360 where we had a shim for every one of the games and it just didn't scale very well.
Right.
This is actually the same emulator running for all of the games. Different games do different things, so as we're rolling them, we'll see, oh, okay, this game needs, maybe we have to tweak the emulator, but it's for everybody. Because in the end, the emulator is emulating the 360 platform itself.
So when you say that all a publisher has to do is kind of give the go-ahead, it's not that they're approving a bunch of work that then has to be done. It's they're just
the bits are not touched, right? Okay. So there's some caveats, and as always, I like to be as transparent as I can be on this. Kinect games won't work from the 360 because translating between the Kinect sensors is almost impossible, or basically impossible. We're still working on multi-disc. So people have asked, like Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon are some of my favorites from the 360. There's actually work on the multi-disc and packaging up to single that requires us to go back and look at the original kind of package on the multiple disc and reconfigure that. There weren't a lot of multi-discs on 360 games, but that is an issue for us. And then you're right, you just need the publisher to approve it. We run it through a QA test to make sure everything is fine, and then it's in.
I just thought the reaction when Phil made the announcement was awesome. Like it's you know, it's so funny because when you're waiting your turn to go into the keynote, you know, you've got like the headsets on, you know, that you can hear all the stage crew talking, and like just the level of applause was like so loud in the arena, so nobody could hear anything in their earpieces, and like all the stage crew people were freaking out because they didn't know when to hit their cues. Nobody was able to talk to each other just because the fan response was like just so overwhelming when as right after Phil made the announcement.
Yeah, it was crazy. You know, we were in a car later that night, you know, just talking to the driver. He's like, oh, we do video game stuff, and you know, eventually he's like, you know, he was someone who hadn't upgraded at all. He's like, you know, he actually just straight up said, it was like you put him there or something. He's like, you know,
we're not who would ever do something.
I was leaving the Microsoft showcase, so I wouldn't put it back. You know, he said like, you know,
that's in kudos.
I want to get another console, but like the old games don't work. And we actually they just announced like some of that stuff works like today, and he's like, oh, well, maybe I get an Xbox One instead of a PS4. And I was like, oh, right,
nice to hear.
Cool.
Nice
like,
to hear.
Geez, I guess that does make some sense, huh?
The funny thing in the arena was actually quickly, because we had a bunch of fans on the floor, which was amazing. Like their energy in the show was incredible. But you know, I'm just reading while I'm up there, so like like I'm not a smart guy. So people turn around and they look at the displays. They can see what I'm reading.
Teleprompter.
And the people were reading what I was going to say before I said it. And actually, the kind of enthusiasm, the cheering started before I couldn't even get the words out. Right. People were ahead of me. It was it was cool. It was just a great moment with the crowd.
Yeah, and then it seemed like you know, well, I mean, one of the other big things, you know, kind of continuing to talk about HoloLens.
Yeah.
And that's so I got a chance to try the Halo 5 stuff.
Oh, nice. Excellent.
This morning. That thing's crazy. That thing's. I mean, let's talk about it. It's the hardware's a prototype right now, right? I mean, it seems like that there, you know, would be have to be some stuff like the thing I know. I mean, obviously, it's a small window where you're kind of seeing the augmented reality.
Yeah.
Is the plan to have full peripheral on that?
So, I mean, the hardware, like you're saying, I mean, certainly the hardware isn't final. So, you know, none of the things on there are completely done. I mean, I think, you know, you're never going to get to like full peripheral field of view, but certainly the hardware we have now, you know, the field of view isn't exactly final, but I wouldn't say it's going to be like hugely noticeably different either.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but it's one of those things like you watch it in the press conference, and like also that camera that can make that stuff viewable.
Yeah, that is a technical marvel all
clutch.
on its own.
Yeah. Super clutch. Yeah. Being able to show like, hey, here's what this actually looks like.
Well, it's one of the things. I mean, certainly since we started working on the program, you know, at some point you're going to have to go do bigger demonstrations to large crowds of people. So
yeah, I mean that's
something we had to figure out.
The big problem that VR faces at this point. You know, like making people understand like how that stuff's gonna look. So like I came out of that Minecraft or came out of the press conference looking at the Minecraft stuff going like, that looks cool, but I bet it's going to be really jittery or really messed up. And so the first thing we did when the show opened, we had an appointment to watch the Halo stuff and strapped it on, walked through, and it's this moment where you're sitting there and they say, okay, stand up, now turn left and walk to the waypoint. And you turn and there's a Halo waypoint down the hallway. It's like, holy fucking shit. Like, what? So...
And you walked towards it.
I walked towards it, and then it told me what to do next. I'm like, all right, this is
much like
wild.
your driver experience with Back and Pat, your quote was exactly the reaction we were going for.
Well, you got it. Yeah, that thing was pretty crazy. Like watching the kind of mission briefing and being able to look around different parts of the ship and having it highlight and all that stuff was really, really cool.
Good. Are you going to come in to see getting a chance to come in and see any of the other game demos that we have?
Yeah, over the course of the show, definitely awesome. checking out games for sure, and checking out, I guess, like UI stuff, showing off some of that stuff too, right? So, like, kind of big show. Is the UI stuff kind of, you know, I guess some of that has to come as a result of, you know, you can't expect everyone to have a Kinect anymore, so it's like the voice isn't necessarily a guarantee and all that, or is it more about just kind of unifying with Windows 10? Because like looking at the screenshots, to me it looks like I'm running Windows 10. It looks a lot like I'm an insider. It looks a lot like the Windows 10 Xbox app.
You know, for us, the Xbox UI focused. My push within Team was all about performance because there are just certain things in the dash that are too slow, and I'm basically on my Xbox every night, and then so. I wanted to, keep you close to the game and allow you to do things, finding your friends, matchmaking as quickly as possible. Kudo needs a beer. And that was it. Like, how do we make it fast? We are getting some benefits from Windows 10 coming to Xbox One in terms of performance and other things that will show up in the user interface. And we were going to show that stuff on stage. It's kind of a hard demo to do on stage. So we thought, let's just give it its time, both in our daily show and then having people come behind closed doors to see. But I mean, for common tasks, we're almost 50% faster in our dash, just in terms of button clicks and speed between things, which for me is just critical. It wasn't as much about Connect, it's just let's make it faster.
Cool.
I also think, though, I mean, the team did a great job of taking the features that are really getting used the most and then making them easily accessible for people. So, I mean, there's part of just the performance and how fast you can get in and do things. But I think they did a great job of, with the alignment of just, now that we know a lot more about what features people are using, how often, making those things easily accessible in the place that people really want them.
Yeah, for sure. But this year, these consoles have been out for a little bit, and the stories are starting to kind of finally pivot more and more. Last year was a lot of that, and then this year seems like hey, games.
Yeah, that was
games.
The thing. Obviously, before this role, I was head of first party, and to see the way our first party teams are delivering this year was great. I thought having Bonnie open the show with Halo 5 was fantastic. Having Rod at the end of the show showing both Gears collection, but also Gears 4 running on an Xbox One, and it's not shipping until next year. Getting to do some new things like Recore we were talking about before we came on.
Yeah. I think that was the thing that stuck out for me.
Rare getting to do a new game, right? And Sea of Thieves, I thought from the first frame just felt like a Rare game and something that they should be working on. I love the way the first parties teams are showing up right now and delivering great content this year. Another Forza, which is going to be 24-player multiplayer. It's good.
Yeah,
teams are really doing an amazing job. I think we get too much credit for standing on stage and reading lines, but the work that they do to do things like back compat and the controller and other stuff is fantastic.
Right.
I mean, I did think, you saw a lot of our big franchises show up in the keynote, but I was super impressed with the variety of the types of games. I mean, I think we had stuff that really looked and felt a lot different than other times you've seen game shows in the past. I mean, I thought like Recore looks great. Fable Legends, it's super fun to play, but also a very different looking game. Thought some of our indie stuff looked amazing, like Cuphead. Beyond
Cuphead
Eyes
just looks nuts.
Yeah,
like
and that game is super fun to play.
Yeah, so I need to get over and finally play it for myself. Alex played it, and it just
it's a tough game. I have it in my
understanding
my
is that
room.
it's quite difficult.
It's like Ori. I don't know if you played Ori this year, but people looked at Ori, and then you go play the game, and it kind of kicks you in the head over and over and over. But it was, but when you finish, then it's like a real accomplishment.
Yeah, and it seems like we've been talking about it for the past couple of years now, but it really it seems like there's just so much diversity across all of games right now. You have these kind of smaller teams making things that are now able to exist on consoles in a way that it was a little harder for them to exist previous generation, and certainly the one before that, that just didn't happen. But, seeing kind of the stuff that you would normally look at and go like, well, this will only ever be a PC game. And now we're seeing that come to consoles and help kind of fill, I feel like, some of the gaps that we lost along the way. Some of the publishers that, did Consolidated didn't make the jump, just kind of, that kind of mid-tier game that we used to think about as, a double A, B, whatever you call it. But, it seems like the small games are getting bigger, though. Do you worry that, like, we're going to get into, it's like the big budget games seem like they're these blockbusters. They're going to be hugely expensive. Is the small stuff going to get pricier, too?
I don't know about pricier. I haven't really seen too much of that. The thing I really enjoy is the back in the day when everybody felt like they had to be $60, you'd find mechanics and stories and games that should have been $10 and would have been great at $10, $15, $20, but felt the need to kind of inflate themselves to a point where just because that was the only market that was there, if you weren't retail, you were dead. And now you can come out with a game that can kind of be what it wants to be at the price point and the complexity and the story and the budget, and you're happy with it, and you can see the success. And we see that with the ID at Xbox program. The games sell incredibly well. The good games sell well, and the bad games don't. Exactly the way it should be. Right. And the game doesn't have to strive to be $60. And I think that is a great time for just gamers all up, because you're seeing the diversity of content that Kudo talks about.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, I just think it's also, cool. Like, one of the things that we're doing now with Xbox is our game preview program. So it's not only the variety of content, but even just getting, fans in, gamers in, seeing the games at an earlier time in development, being able to give their feedback on the games. I think that's going to be stuff that's, super exciting going forward. Also, is just how we can really get gamers involved more in the development process of the games, get them involved earlier on, and really, not only have them, get different size games or different types of games, but really getting them involved with the development process and being able to, give the development teams earlier feedback as well.
Do you worry, when you get into the business of kind of having a storefront for games that aren't finished? I feel like, one of the criticisms we see of a lot of, bigger games shipping, like Assassin's Creed took a lot of flack for it last year, of just, lots of patches. Master Chief Collection needed a lot of work post-release. Like games are getting to a point where some of them don't feel like they're shipping in a complete state already. If you're taking a step back and selling stuff that's definitely not finished, like where does that end, I guess? Like, is there a way for, I guess a separate question would be like, what's it going to take for that to change? I mean, obviously you guys don't control the third parties, but what's it going to take for games to kind of stop shipping in a semi-broken state?
I would separate out, say, MCC from the game preview. I think your point's valid. MCC was just, we need to do a better job.
Yeah. And I think I collate that stuff because of what we see on Steam, the early access program
totally.
there,
and we've tried to learn from that
in a lot of cases.
And part of us saying that every game in the preview program has to have a demo was part of us recognizing that we want people to be able to put their hands on what they're going to pay for before they make the decision to pay for it. And that was an important part of the program for us as we were working with Chris Charla and how we wanted to set that up. The other thing, just to be honest about it, we're going to curate the list a little more on console, right? We didn't go out and announce 400 games.
Right.
And we found developers that have been in early access before, and they're kind of reputable indies. We want to expand the program, but I want to be careful. I find right now, especially at a conference like E3, the community gamers, a subset of them want to be very close to the development. And as you said, there are other people that just want to buy a disc, put it in, and have it run perfectly.
Yeah.
And we want to be a great place for both of those. And we're going to learn from the game preview program. If nobody does it, or it's not working, we will stop doing it, right? But I like taking the opportunity, taking the risk, if people want to look at it that way, to try something. The developers wanted it, and we're going to learn from it. And I think it can open up a creative outlet for studios. And if it doesn't, we'll stop it.
Yeah. I think it's been one of those things where when, like looking at Steam, like the early access stuff, when it works, it works incredibly well.
That's right.
Yeah. So yeah, I think, like curating that, like having a demo seems like that's a key differentiator that will hopefully solve some of those
And we pay a lot of attention to what Steam is doing there. They've done a great job in being a great marketplace for content, big and small. The sales that they do, early access, and we've done some things on Xbox Live, and I think it's just good for everybody as we learn from each other.
So the PC, let's talk about it. It's huge. I understand. Like tons of people.
Lots of
this
people
Windows
have that.
thing.
This
right?
insider program that you're part of. I love that.
Yeah. I'm in the fast ring. I'm not messing around,
are you?
man.
What build are you on? Do you know?
Was it like 100, 110, 300 or something?
30.
Yeah, 30. Yeah.
You're going to be getting, I think, 45 here pretty soon.
All right.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. No, it's actually, it's been fun to watch Windows 10 kind of move along.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because, and even in our Xbox our preview program, right? That's not that different actually than the game preview program when you think about it.
Yeah,
like,
it's a bigger dice roll because at some point I need to be able to send emails and pay my bills.
How have we done? Have we done okay from that?
It's been fine.
Has
yeah,
it?
there was a
Good.
while there
That's
that
good.
All the fonts were broken in Chrome, but other than that, it's okay.
Good. Well, it's not good that we broke things in Chrome.
Yeah,
we don't want to break things in Chrome.
Yeah. So it sounds like that. You've been talking for a while about doing more stuff on the PC and kind of getting back into that business in maybe a bigger way. Is my understanding that earlier tonight some announcements attached to?
Yeah, I was at the PC Gamer press conference, and first I just thought it was fantastic that there was a PC Gamer press conference bringing PC games to E3. They're here, but giving them a stage to kind of talk about news.
It seems like it's almost always been a console show.
Yeah,
first and foremost.
I mean it was an old retail show, and then as PC games kind of went away from retail, it was left with console. We announced Killer Instinct's coming to PC. That's actually you should talk about that. It's your game.
No, that's okay, good.
So will that work with the cross multiplayer, that sort of stuff? Separate multiplayer?
I said it would on stage.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's usually how most of the major game decisions get made. Is Phil will go either on Twitter or on stage somewhere and say what we're doing, and then you'll find out later and go, oh, yes, Killer Instinct is going to be shipping on both platforms and enable crossplay.
Well, it's just something you just get a hold of those goofs at Iron Galaxy and just say, do the work.
Yeah.
And they just take care of it, right?
No, but I mean, I think that's something we're really, pushing for on a lot of our first-party titles now. Fable Legends is going to ship both on Windows 10 and Xbox One, enable crossplay, and then Gigantic is doing that as well. So, yeah, I think you're going to see a lot more titles that's enabling that, not just because Phil says it in public.
And we also had Rod Ferguson come out on stage and talk about the Gears collection coming to PC. Which
Gears collection?
The Gears 1 remake.
Okay.
Yeah. And he announced that it will ship in 4K on PC.
Great.
Which I thought was great. It was something Windows is obviously important to Microsoft, like duh, right?
Yeah.
And the gaming space on Windows, I've said this before, as we went through the decade of all about Xbox, we didn't do the job we should have done in playing a proactive role in PC gaming. As we talk about the future, both of studios and platform and live, I think Windows is really important, and it's an opportunity. As a gamer, I play games on PC. I play games on my television on my Xbox One. I sometimes play games on my PlayStation 4. But I want to be able to play the games I want to play where I want to play them.
Right.
And I know there's this kind of back channel that, frankly, I don't really subscribe to. Of you need to keep people from playing in certain places. That somehow that's the answer.
Right.
And I just I want to give people choice. And I think in Xbox, I want it to be the best TV gaming experience you can have. But frankly, if I'm not around my TV and I'm on my laptop and I want to play Killer Instinct or I want to play Gears or I want to play Fable, I should be able to do that. And to try to force people to buy something by excluding their choice, it doesn't feel right. It was kind of our Kinect decision early on about is Kinect in and out of the box. Let it kind of exist on its own merits. And same thing with our games and where people want to play.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think it's really one of the great things too is just being able to play the games on your, console at home, and then, if I'm going into work, not that I'm sitting at work playing games, but then if I go into some place that isn't my home, where I have a PC that I'm supposed to be doing other things on, you can just pick up,
work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is not going the way I thought, but and then just be able to come in and just seamlessly pick up the experience at work and still have the things that that you had done back in the console transfer right over and make it feel like one awesome experience if somebody was doing that. But
yeah, and it's Killer Instinct just seems like a cool one. It's okay. It's research.
Yeah, I know.
It's everything, it just all comes back into just like you need to.
My 600 hours of Destiny.
Right. Yeah. No, that's. Killer Instinct, I think, is a really cool move. Like fighting games on the PC, it always felt like one of those huge disconnects for me where like, why would you ever play a fighting game on the PC? That's crazy. The performance can be better, but it's not always stable. Yeah. So, it's like fighting games need to be locked, and it always just seemed insane. But, like more and more of those over the years, and KI, just super impressive, like over the course of these 2 seasons. Like, I couldn't stand Killer Instinct and KI2. Like, so when it was like
back in old, the original
games.
Yeah.
So when
you can play them now in the rare replay.
No, I know. Yeah,
just to run an ad in the middle of your show.
So are those going to be the same versions that were already made available to people that if you bought certain packages of New Killer Instinct, you got those arcade games?
Yeah,
I think it's
there
KI
might
Gold
be
or something
one
in there too, or something, right?
I should know the answer to that, but I think it's the same version.
Yeah. But I went into Killer Instinct thinking like this game is a joke, and was really pleasantly surprised by the quality of that thing. And just over the course of the 2 seasons, it's just been getting better. That stuff's really cool.
And a lot of players. It's been great to watch. Yeah. And when people push on, hey, you can't take KI to PC, I think it's good for the franchise because there'll be more people playing. Which, not to be all business about it, but lets us invest more in the franchise as more people are buying stuff.
Is this the sort of thing that helps to enable like say, a third season of Killer Instinct.
Totally. Like you think about having more people playing, having more people buying characters, giving you more people to play against, right? I just think it's just healthy all up. It's great for live because it keeps people playing on live and letting them engage when they're on the PC or they're on Xbox One.
Right.
You know, so I see it as just a win-win, and I know we'll push through people seeing somehow we're betraying the Xbox nation, which is critical to us.
Yeah.
But allowing people to play their content wherever they want to be, and I think it's great for what we can invest in games and letting people play.
Yeah, I mean, and bringing more people into those games and letting them play them in more places doesn't seem like betrayal. That seems like, just giving people more choice.
Right? Yeah, and I think you can see definitely with KI also, though, like once people get a chance to play it, just like yourself, like it is one of our most engaged, communities. Around that product, and so I think just giving people more of the opportunity to experience what the game is and really see how fun it is,
and making free to play work on a fighting game, which seemed like it's a business model that just seems to make perfect sense for that genre if you do it right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so
when we announced the streaming that we did in January, announced it in January on your Windows 10 machine, that you was streaming from your Xbox One to your Windows 10. That's kind of unlocking that content already, and I think you're going one step further.
Because I feel like I still can't trust streaming. I feel like it's one of those things where there's going to be just enough latency that it's not going to feel, especially for a fighting game. Stuff is
that's
so
right.
crucial.
So having streaming is okay, but having code run natively is somehow a problem. That seems
totally.
But it's great. I mean the reaction to the PC show going all the way back. Was nice. I was kind of expecting to come out and get booed, and I didn't get that. Which was like, why is this Xbox guy here? But it was nice. The crowd was great. I thought they did a nice job running the event, and we had some good games to show and a couple of announces, and it was nice to see PC gaming have a real press event.
Cool. Well, you guys, thanks so much for coming by.
Oh, please.
It's been
so much fun to
great
be here.
to talk with you.
You gave him a free beer.
There's plenty more.
By the way, if you want me to come back in an hour or so as well, that'd be great.
We'll still have some cold beers. You want to come back?
A little more.
We'll do an hour on Def Jam Icon.
That would be awesome.
E40 was the best character in the game, and just I had my own soundtrack
the
ripped.
DJ controls.
The
very
whole
nice.
thing. Like this, just that's. I had to fight a lot of people for my love of Def Jam Icon. It was not always the most popular decision, but that was me. Phil, Kudo, thanks so much for coming by.
Thanks for having us here.
Looking forward to seeing more of the lineup over the course of the show, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Giant Bomb's coverage of E3 2015. Day 1 is almost over. We've got our last couch full of guests here, and we're going out with a bang. From 343, we've got Josh Holmes and Frank O'Connor. How you guys doing?
Lovely.
Great. And from Phenomena, we've got Robin Hunicke. How you doing?
Doing fantastic.
Great. Thanks, everyone, for coming through. So, what has the show been like? Are you showing the game here?
Yes, actually, this is the first time we've ever shown Wattam to a public audience. So
Yeah.
it's a big deal.
Alex talked a little bit about Wattam earlier. It sounds real cool and real crazy.
It is crazy. It is fun. It's very joyful.
Mm.
It's no guns.
Okay.
Just gonna say that out loud. No guns.
Guns are stupid.
Yeah.
Pre-order DLC guns,
and yet, so much explosions. Very, very joyful, fun explosions. So we've had a lot of people exploding, building big sets of characters and blowing them up, which is the sort of core of the game. And Ueda-san came by today and played the game and drew a Last Guardian in our guest book, which was a big, big win for us. So no matter what else happens, we got a Last Guardian in our guest book, and so we're super psyched about that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Show's going pretty well. Then.
Yeah,
Awesome.
exactly. Basically,
and 2 more days to go.
2 more days. I mean, what else could happen?
Yeah.
Maybe someone amazing will come by and try to draw like a shitty version of a Last Guardian, and we'll be like, oh no, we already
Maybe now
have one of
everyone
those.
will come through and try to draw a different Last Guardian.
We'll be like, oh no, we already have one of those. Draw something else.
It can be a thing.
No, it was really. Honestly, we were blown away. We're tiny. We're just 12 people, so it's like it's a big deal when you get to show it and people say that it's fun.
Yeah. Well, speaking of tiny and joyful, 343 is here with Halo 5 Guardians, which I got a chance to check out the Warzone mode today, and then you're showing some campaign stuff as well.
Behind closed doors.
Behind closed doors, we're talking a bit about campaign, but yeah, I mean, most of the focus is on Warzone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with Warzone, what led to the kind of the genesis of that mode? Where did that come from?
I mean, that was kind of back on Halo 4. We just started talking about what it would be like to bring different parts of the Halo sandbox into one big multiplayer mode. Like what if you brought AI and massive scale environments and just sort of smashed it all together. So,
do you think by bringing AI into it, it kind of maybe widens the appeal a little bit? It seems like like multiplayer shooters, like competitive shooters, you're gonna have people that are just going to have that impression of just like, even if they do fine, they'd be like, oh, I'm not good enough for that. I would just be bad. I would bring down my team. Does this feel like maybe a friendlier way to kind of get some of those people to try it out?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. We had conversations, obviously, on the show floor with loads of people, different types of player. We met with a couple of pro gamers today.
Yeah.
The Suddeth twins. Don't Google image search that. And no, really. Because they will show up as the result. But
okay. All right. Yeah.
They were asking about how is this going to work for competitive gamers, because they're like really serious. I think it's easy to understand how it's going to work for casual gamers, right?
Right. Yeah.
But the pro gamers were actually really curious about it, and they're like, can I have a role and be like a marksman and be like hyper accurate pro gamer in this? And the answer is yes. Everyone can do something. And if you're a really crappy gamer at the other end of the spectrum, like me, like you can literally just run around the periphery scoring points for your team, and the game always tells you to go do something useful. So you really can't do it wrong. I mean, your team can, but as an individual, you're always doing something that's contributing.
So it would still make sense. Like there's still a role for a player if they just kind of want to go farm AI.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got bosses that appear around the map at different points in the match, and they can contribute, pretty handily to your team's score. So it's kind of some MOBA influences that came in there, and then just
more than one map, though, right? I mean, you're only showing on one map here.
Yeah,
not that much of a MOBA.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Good. Okay.
What's interesting is actually that my almost PhD is in AI. Dynamic difficulty adjustment for games. So when a long time ago, before I was a game developer, I was an AI programmer, and I built a mod for Half-Life that adjusted the difficulty as you played.
Such a shame your company's now just 11 people.
But I love that stuff. I think it's really great when you see technology really influencing the way that a game can be played. I think the way that I've ended up moving in my own career has been investing in creative systems and physics and being able to kind of exploit AI as a behavior system that then you play with, like in The Sims, for example, which I worked on. But I really, really love building reactive systems, and like a lot of the stuff that I worked on when I was in graduate school was about building stacks of behaviors that would allow you to sort of experience a space differently depending on your level of skill, which I think it's a really hard problem. It's hard to do well, especially for competitive gamers or people that really think of themselves as being really good at games. I did a lot of human subject studies with my thesis, and people that were really good at games were insulted when I would tell them the game was adjusted. Whereas people that were not so great were like, hey, that's great, awesome. You know, so there is a point of pride of like knowing, I don't want the game to go easy on me, or I don't want to feel like I'm not really competing with the system, or I don't want to feel like the system is cheating. And
that's the magic if you can get that just right, where people can't tell that that's happening. It's
pro gamers are like athletes as well, in that they're just hyper competitive to almost a fault. Where and you know this with pro athletes, they just gamble on anything. They like literally because they just want to be a person, and it's not about the money. And they're often gambling for fake stakes.
Yeah,
and we get that with pro gamers as well, where they're going to get more satisfaction out of either taking down a boss really fast, or more importantly, taking down the other players. And the cool thing about the mode is that you can choose to do whichever you like while you're in it. So.
Yeah, no, you definitely hear about like fighting game players that are like betting each other on like UFO claw machines and stuff. And you're just like, no, don't.
No, that's not actually gambling.
Those
things are set up in a very special way. Yeah,
they're meant to rip you off, and if you find out the exploit, then great. You get a bunch of stuffed animals, and everybody wins. But like, why would you go down that rabbit hole that far? Dynamic AI, is that something that factors into your work these days, or is it something that
Yeah, actually, when we look at the landscape of Watama, I think one of the things that we're really interested in is building a world in which every character has a special ability and a special behavior that they can execute, but that when you're not playing with them, they just kind of pikmin around and do their thing, and they're interesting enough just to be in the space with. I think there's really something compelling, especially when you look at like younger kids. If you put them in front of something where characters are just kind of moving around, having fun, doing their own thing, there's a moment where they're looking, they're experiencing the system, they're watching all the characters, and then they start talking to you. They're like, oh, you know what I think? This is going to happen, and then this is going to happen. And then if they can assert control and move around and select a character and then make those two characters, I discovered something really unique. Like, I made this character do this with this other character, and that was really cool. And like, if you look at games like Animal Crossing or Viva Pinata, stuff like that, that is the thrill of, exploring that system and kind of, you don't think about it as a computer simulation when you're that age. You think of it as magic. Like, I remember playing Mule and thinking like, that's it. Like, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Like, I just wanted to philosophize and think about and
Mule
engage with that system. It's just a
coolest.
really amazing game, right?
Yeah.
And like to be able to play it with someone else and to sort of barter and
know
talk.
it was a real person,
and then know it was a real person, but then also the computer, and you're just like, this is so cool. And when you're that small, to look into the game and see those behaviors, it just seems like no one programmed it. You don't think about the man months and the assets coming from China and all of the stuff. You look at it, it's magic. And to be able to deliver that to people that's the magic of being a game developer.
People think that the challenge is to make them smart. Like, it would be really easy to make an AI that's really smart and can beat you all the time. That's really trivial, in fact. But making an AI that's believably dumb or believably imperfect is maybe a better way to say it. We're like our Marines in the base, where they're looking around because they're like literally distracted rather than perfectly focused on the task at hand. There's weird little things that you don't think about until you see the work that goes into it. So
really
when you're programming, kind of like AI in a multiplayer setting is going to act a little bit differently than kind of your campaign AI and stuff like that. We saw like Killer Instinct has its shadow system where it's kind of like learning from player inputs and trying to recreate that sort of thing. Other games have kind of done something similar. Drivatar, exactly. Like, is there any room for that, you think, in a game like Halo? I'm not saying like, hey, is this in Halo 5? But I mean, when you look at a game like
there could be. I
Halo.
think somebody actually brought this up today, where they were trying to get the Marines in the base to get into the car and drive with them because they knew they can do that in a campaign.
Right.
And but it's turned off in Warzone because those Marines are doing a job. Like, your job is not to go on a joyride around this landscape. So. But I mean, it's something that could happen in the future. But
I
has to be right for the.
One of the challenges that we've been sort of wrestling with Halo 5 is we have on the campaign side, we have like this dynamic AI system that supports you because we've got drop in, drop out cooperative play. So we want AI that's going to be there with you when you're playing solo, but then when your friends come in, they take over, and then they leave, the AI takes back over. But you want it to feel like they're present, but they can't do all the work for you. So they have to feel effective enough. And like you have these contextual commands where you can say, go and attack this target, or go and grab this weapon, or go and take this vehicle. And you want them to react. When you're a player, you're asserting agency. You want them to, now go do that thing I told you to do. Be effective in doing it. But the rest of the time, I mean, I want to feel like I'm the star as the player. And so it's finding that balance of intelligence and that imperfection that Frank mentioned.
And that really, I mean, I think when I think about kind of the past of Halo, you think about kind of that lone, and you think about the Master Chief as primarily working alone. Like, you can get the Marines jumping on the tank, like they'll come with you, they'll do stuff, but you're doing it.
You're the man.
And having the squad and having those tactics seems like such a huge change. Is it a really dramatic shift so far? Like, are you worried about getting too far away from some of the elements of previous Halo games with that?
I think, I mean, of course, but I think if you played a lot of Halo co-op in the past, you'll know that that's the most fun you ever have in campaign. It just is. Even people who want to do it in a solitary way, they know intellectually they're going to have more fun with people they know. And I think, and Josh can elaborate on this, the trick was getting those other three characters to behave like your friends when your friends aren't there, and in meaningful ways.
I mean, you want them to feel like they're alive and with you in the experience. But I think that the social experience of playing games together with other people is something that is just, unbeatable. And like Robin was saying, like when you're playing with the systems and seeing how they react, I think for me, that's what always drew me to games. Like as a kid, I went through that process of learning and sort of poking the system. And, I made it do that. And I think that's what's just magical about the medium of
I've thought a lot about this. Like, I'm a huge fan of XCOM. Like the first XCOM was just like, for me, was just so mind blowing. And like the idea that I could play a scenario and play it over and over, and I'd try to get it perfect, and I'd think about all the angles, and then occasionally the system would throw a little bit of a randomness in, and you'd be like, they put this guy here and they put this guy there. And for me, that the immersiveness of just being really in that moment and like, okay, this is the moment. I've got a plan exactly how many moves I'm going to make. I got to move 3 steps forward and then 1 to the left, and then I'm going to do it.
Don't forget to check the corner.
I'm going to check. I'm going to save a little bit of energy just in case there's an. Oh no! And then you get blasted, and your guy goes crazy, and he starts shooting all your other.
You
dudes.
just take that last rip. It'll be fine.
It'll
be fine. No, it didn't work.
It's never fine.
And that sense of being able to kind of roll and then fail against the system, and to know when I can remember when I realized, like I had a conversation with Will Wright about The Sims at an AI conference. It was a robotics conference in like 1999 or something at Stanford, and realizing that was his brain that I was playing against in SimCity and then in The Sims was like, that is fucking awesome. That is like Sid Meier, like that's just like, I don't even want to know what you have to eat and like how many push-ups you have to do every morning to have that brain, because I know I don't have it, but to be able to play against that kind of a mind and then have that simulated over and over, it's fascinating to me. I'm a huge AI nerd. I've watched every AI movie that there is. Like I've read all the AI science fiction. Like I'm just a nut about it. And I believe that is really, there's a magic there. And at some point when you get a system to a place where you can't predict what it's going to do, that is just, it's compelling, and it's also really scary.
And then sometimes just seeing, just interlocking systems operating in a way you didn't and maybe initially expect that they could.
Yeah, genuine surprise. I mean, isn't that the definition of what a child is? Just a bunch of systems that suddenly generate novel behavior. Like, it's the dream, I don't know if you saw Ex Machina. I was a big fan. But
I totally want to see that movie.
It is awesome.
I've heard a lot of good things.
It's great. Yeah. It's great. I mean, maybe, I don't know, Moon also amazing, but like this idea that you could build a machine that could fall in love with a person and then protect a person to the point that it would, end its own life in order to protect another human. Like, I do believe we can get there.
Did you just spoil that movie for me?
No. It's just a concept.
Just generally speaking.
It's just a concept. But I really believe that is something. I mean, games are I think they're one of the things that are on the forefront of building expressive machines because we're building routines and behaviors into these games that are expressive in a way that a lot of other machines are not.
We worked with the Windows Phone team on Cortana, I think that Apple made Siri super efficient and awesome and tries to be like inoffensive,
right?
And the Cortana guys because we were talking about making her like Cortana and what is Cortana like,
right?
But the reason you're engaged with her even in storytelling is because she has a personality. You don't have to like it,
right?
But it becomes convincing maybe because you don't like little bits of it, and so. I think we convinced them to loosen it up a little bit so that she doesn't always give you the polite answer. She'll always give you the best answer, but it doesn't have to be polite. And she can make fun of you and stuff and have a real personality. And it just helps you engage with the machine. And I think that's where that technology is all headed. Much as I want a robotic servant to do all my bidding, I'm not going to feel anything about that thing unless it has a real persona. And that means, again, you're back to imperfection because people are imperfect.
I still run into situations where I feel it's the problem with a lot of the newer technology, and we're creating all this stuff, and then everyone is afraid to use it because they think it makes them look stupid. Or I still feel silly talking to my computer.
Like the N-Gage where you had to hold it
right?
sideways
Yeah, it's like I can no. I mean, hey, I can side talk with the best. I actually just found a prototype N-Gage.
I have a weirdly huge collection of N-Gage games.
I have tons of them.
I think I have like 30.
Hello.
They sent out so many of them when they wanted people to review N-Gage games. It was like, here's like 20 more copies of this thing. Like, just please. The Gizmondo, same way. Of course.
Yeah.
But it's that feeling of just like I can just and I don't use the Kinect voice stuff as much as I used to on the Xbox One.
I do
because you feel like it makes you look silly.
Yeah. Well, I feel like it's one of those things where ice cold efficiency. It's often faster for me to just grab the controller and hit A and go.
I can't because I'm on the floor and there's a beer on my belly and I'm too lazy to change the channel. So it's perfect for that lifestyle.
Unwanted mental image.
But I think when it gets it right, like I remember the first time when I set up the Xbox One and I could just say Xbox on, and have it just respond.
And so that's like those are the last commands that I use now is Xbox on and logging myself in.
Yeah.
Because that's something I can do. Like, hey, I'm like taking my jacket off, or like, hey, I need to watch some TV. I need to do something. I'm like doing other stuff. But then once I'm like actually engaging with it, it's almost all controller at that point.
Actually, that was something that like in Moon, in the way that they characterized the robot character, they used the emoticon to express the character's sense of self.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, the character would be talking to the robot, and the robot would say something in a really measured voice. And then you'd get the little colon, smiley face. And it was like very clever because my experience of that is that it's on the other side of a chat.
Mm-hmm.
So I associate that
with the person
with
rather
being
than a robot.
a person.
Yeah.
And so when you see that in the film, you go, oh, right, that's a person on the other side. It's not a robot, it's a person. And I think one of the things that makes robots or intelligent programs easier to talk to is that sense of there being someone on the other side.
Right.
If you just walk into an open room and say, Xbox on, or, open door or whatever, you're just speaking into a random empty space, right? But if you're having a one-on-one with something that even just a little bit of data coming back at you, it really does make a big difference. And I think we're going to see that. It doesn't take a lot of animatronics and heavy animation and a big rendered character on the other side. It's like, would you like to order a plane ticket? You don't need that. You just need a little bit of intelligence on the other side of the chat window.
And I get Jeff's discomfort with like just talking to the Xbox, for example,
So my girlfriend moved in not that long ago.
Oh.
So now there's someone. I mean, she plays games.
Yeah.
It's not judging. At some point, it becomes like oh, are you talking to me? No, I was talking to the Xbox.
But that one, I think part of it is it doesn't respond. So you're like barking orders into the vacuum, and which is why I think sometimes your most magical tech moments where you feel like Blade Runner are like when you're talking to Cortana or Siri, and they respond and they give you the information, and you're then having a conversation. And sometimes that feels like a sci-fi movie right now. So I think 5 years from now, it's going to be ludicrous to not be able to talk to a lot of objects.
Yeah.
And not just, I have Alexa, the Amazon speaker thing. That thing's incredible because, I mean, not just, it's still really dumb and they know that and they're making it better every day. They're doing a really good job of kind of updating it. But the fact that I can say something, I mean, 5 rooms away, and that microphone still catches it perfectly is really incredible. And so that's not just about AI. That's just about microphone technology has gotten better.
So, no, when I was doing my thesis and I was working in robotics and stuff, I think one of the things that was so frustrating at that time was that robots were really slow. They're really big. The battery technology was crap. Like, it just... A lot of just the physical things of building robots was really painful, and now it's actually not so bad. Everything has gotten a lot smaller. The power profile of things is much smaller.
Yeah.
The embeddedness of things is much more. It's just much more pervasive. And like, I mean, I rented a fancy Jeep, because I had to bring a bunch of stuff to the convention center for the booth. And the other day we were driving, I said, I think we need to turn the lights on. And the lights just turned on. I was like, I think I just did that with my voice. Like, that's so weird. Like,
or you were drunk and the door was open.
Has the car been listening to us the whole time?
That's always the scary thing, is like when you don't know that something like that is there, and you're like, what else could I have done?
And but that's a weird thing. Like, if it didn't respond, you don't know if that's really what happened. But if the Jeep had said, "Hey, I turned your lights on for you. You're welcome." I think you do as humans need that response and that engagement and that.
I think it would need to say 10 points, lights on, you win, and then I feel really great.
Gamify the lights.
That's right.
I think a lot of interacting with technology is going to require kind of changes in social conventions. Like, people are just going to have to become more comfortable.
You mean like this one?
Yeah.
Well,
there's that.
Exactly. No, I mean, I think back
to
10 plus years ago. It's probably 10 years ago. I went to Japan, and I remember going over there and seeing everybody with their face in their mobile phone everywhere. Like,
big flip phone, though, not like a smartphone.
Right.
Restaurants, train, everywhere. Everyone was just buried in their mobile phone, completely immersed in their own world. And I was shocked. And I was like, this is never going to happen in North America. This will never in a million years. And here we are today, and it's been years and years since we're doing exactly that. And it's just a total shift in the way that we interact with technology.
I saw a Banksy cartoon. It was just a Suntans 2015. It was all these kids walking out to get into the water in their trunks, and they just had like a white spot where there were 2 hands and a big square right in their chest from laying on the beach with a phone.
But it also gives you access to literally every single piece of information there's ever been. Like, so if kids are growing up now and they're like, I need to know an obscure fact about an obscure thing, and it's seconds away, and that's crazy. I would have to go on a trip and get on a bus and go to a library, and they didn't have it.
I need to know how babies are made. I think that's what 90%.
Well, we'll talk to you after the show.
I mean, can
it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah, it's horrific, really. I mean, when I was a kid, we had an encyclopedia. Back in my day,
I'll let you know.
We had a set of encyclopedias, and at some point, my mom just started using it to solve crossword puzzles. I wasn't doing my homework anyway. But the very nature of that. But in terms of just society and technology, think about Bluetooth headsets or the in-ear pieces, and how that is pretty close to the Star Trek dream of just let's talk into the ether to someone else, but everyone on the street doing that looks like they're out of their damn minds. The interface isn't right, and having to fix those things too. It seems like it's more than just talking to computers. It's going to be the way we interact with each other too.
But we get it really addicted to the information. So you get addicted to the encyclopedia information, and knowing where babies come from. Or you get really addicted to knowing where babies come from thanks to the internet. But but you also just get addicted to knowing where is my mom, where is what's happening with the dog, and just this reams and reams of garbage and good information. But I think we're really addicted to it now. And I always complain when people are on the phone, and I do it myself all the time. And it's like, email, I have to do something, and it's
that notion of presence is really hard to get at. I went to a talk that Brian Eno gave here actually in LA area a couple years ago, and he was talking about the fact that we time travel every time we walk down a street. When we're walking down the street, we see a person coming towards us. Like, let's say the person is wearing like a white T-shirt with like cut-off sleeves and a leather jacket with a ton of studs. And
It's Arthur Fonzarelli.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and like they
pretty
got
cool.
a bunch of face
Very
piercings and stuff. That as you're walking towards that person and you see them, immediately in your mind, you're simulating all of these things about who they are and what they listen to and their headset and like all this stuff. And in that moment, you're out of time. You're having a conversation with yourself about what that person could be and all the things. Are they aggressive? Are they going to punch you in the face when they walk by? Are they Mad Max? Like, what the hell? And then you pass them, and then the next person comes on. And that moment when I was sitting there in that talk, I thought, you know, it's really amazing the amount of time we spend processing these external signals. And like you're saying, if you have a Bluetooth headset on and there's no halo over your head or like a dot on your forehead or something that says, I'm on the phone, you look like a random person talking out loud to the universe, which normally means that you're maybe out of an institution, need some kind of medication.
There's something else going on
Maybe
there.
something else is in your bloodstream that needs to sort of work itself out. And that lack of interface really is something that, like, this is what it is. Like, you know, the way you dress, the way that you walk, the way that you talk in real life is part of that time travel that we do with each other every day. I was really blown away by that moment. And I think that it is so hard to build a technology that is at once transparent to everyone else and useful to someone else. You know, the watch is a good example. Like, is it a really good idea to be constantly looking at your watch for data?
Yeah.
Like, looking at your watch for the time, it's like a 1 second activity. Looking at your watch to see what was that email, it's maybe a 5 to 7 second activity, and then it starts to become, well, why didn't you just pull out your phone? And then we have the
It's more likely to send a social signal of just like, I'm not even like, I gotta be somewhere. I'm just looking at Twitter.
I know. I was reading something about someone who's using Apple Watch, and I'm a huge fan of Apple products, and I don't have an Apple Watch, but I mean, I was really curious about how it was going to be received, and that was one of the things that people kept bringing up, is that yes, it solves the problem of constantly pulling out your phone, which is really rude and distracting. But this is a social signal that says, like, I gotta go.
Love you, babe, but looks like someone's emailing me about something I have to do 3 days from now. Like, instantly important.
Well, you know, obviously gaming technology changes all the time, but it feels like, you know, right now we are in the heart of this huge potential shift with VR, with AR, with the HoloLens stuff. Like, it seems like there's going to be a lot of new problems to solve around that stuff. Like,
I disagree.
You don't think so?
No,
think
I think so. Firstly, I don't think it's a new gaming technology. I think it's a new display technology. And don't get me wrong. I think that's actually more important than a new gaming technology, because all of the problems that we try to solve in games, the hardest problems that we spend time solving, AI is an exception, but they're display problems as well. Right? It's how many pixels can we get on the screen? How realistic can we make this thing? Blah 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 blah. So this display technology, VR, comes along and solves a crap ton of those problems. What is going to change, and you saw all the arguments online, is how do we interface with it? That was the number one thing everyone was freaked out about, even at E3. And we already have great solutions. There's the half moon things, and people are going to solve that. So to me, it's not a new gaming technology, because we're doing all the things we want to do in games. Period. I want to be Uncharted dude, and I want to be Halo dude, and I want to be Pac-Man. Like, we can do all these things in VR.
Halo girl.
Yeah, but I don't think.
Girl.
I think it's going to reduce problems.
I believe it's Ms. Pac-Man, just to stay on brand.
Yeah. But I think it's going to solve more problems than it creates, which is a cool problem to have, because
it'll have different affordances. I mean, like the idea of presence is really compelling. You know, I started looking at VR's technology, 2-3 years ago, and got super into it, and then have been really focusing on developing ideas that translate into VR, but also then some really unique concepts for VR that amplify the concept of presence. Like in Journey, for example, one of the core elements of the game was that you needed to be a small person in the presence of a grandiose landscape, and nothing makes you feel that way like VR. Like, you can really put yourself inside of a world in which your scale compared to everything else is quite minuscule. And the feeling of being, it's not just like you're one guy in a starfighter and there's space, but literally you're a person walking through Monument
Populated.
Valley.
Yeah.
You're walking through the desert, and it's just an endless expanse. And that sense of time passing, that sense of presence it's so visceral in VR. Like, I'm a 100% nerd fan. Like, I'm a big Trekkie, love it, want the holodeck, all that stuff. But what I want is it's not games. It's presence. I want to feel present in a world that I can't be in right now. I want to go.
It's amazing. Cool. Like Journey for me, it was amazing. Just that sense of like loneliness that I felt, and how much it was able to convey, and really like a relatively simplistic experience visually, but it was just it connected so deeply, that you were able to just feel that as you played through the experience.
Well, and one of the things we've been looking at on one of the titles that I'm working on, Luna, like. We've been thinking a lot about sort of the world as almost like a small diorama or like a snow globe that you discover and then you uncover as you move through it. And the idea of being able to look into that little sort of toy world, almost like a Playmobil toy world, and put it together and spin it around and see it change in front of you. This is a thing that, like, if I was to try and express that, talking about a PC game that was going to be on a, just a 2D screen or, an iPad or a phone, it's just a very different concept when you think about having on a headset or looking down at a table and seeing that projected in front of you, being able to use a controller, or even reach in with your hand and move things around. It's just a different kind of experience. It's a different level of dimension. It's a different level of affordance. And it's so exciting to me.
I think there's going to be really super bizarre applications, and this one's it's dumb, but it's real. Like, you can live in a shitty, squalid apartment filled with garbage and underpants.
Yes, I can.
Pop on a VR helmet and live in a palatial mansion, and everything is gorgeous, and I've got Da Vinci's on the wall. Like, there's weird, dumb crap that people are going to do with it to improve the quality or the perceived quality of their life. That has nothing to do with gaming or entertainment at all. And I think that's going to be weird.
Amazing and terrifying.
Right. Totally. Like, you get that situation of people disappearing.
I'm just trying to find. I don't want to clean my apartment. And this is going to help. So
that's
I cleaned my apartment. So
I think that and then there ends up being kind of the social situation there of, like, if we think about like immersion and that sort of stuff, like, people might have kids, they might have people in the house. Like, are you going to be able to put all this stuff on and disappear for 4 hours?
This is
well, we'd like to talk to you about HoloLens.
That's the crazy part about VR versus AR, right? Like, I mean, at least AR, you have this mixed reality. You can kind of be present in the world that you inhabit
with people as well,
with other people, and then have this augmented experience. And I think, like, we have an experience here at E3.
I saw it. It's really cool.
Yeah,
dude,
and you're with people, which is the interesting thing about it. You're with other people the whole time.
It blows my mind. Like, going through that experience blows my mind. And I also did the experience where back at Microsoft campus, where they were doing the Mars rover thing, where they they're like, okay, we're going to bring you into a room, and now we're going to put you on the surface of Mars. And everything in the room just goes away, and you're there on Mars. And it was just an amazing experience for me. It completely changed my perspective. I don't know.
And you're not bound to
that technology. It just blows my mind.
You're neither bound to a couch nor a special place. It can be any place, and it will solve for the any place problems. And I think that I think is going to be a challenge for fully immersed VR. Right. Is how do I move? How do I not be locked in a place?
And how do I relate to other people? Yeah, I love the idea of being in a completely different place. Like, if I could close my eyes and open them and be in Angkor Wat or be at a temple in Bhutan, be at the top of Mount Hood, and just be there and have no one bothering me. Like, let's just say I book an hour for myself. Maybe I get up a little bit earlier and I do it before the kids wake up. Like, I love the idea of being able to be completely immersed, headphones on, headset on, sitting still, breathing, experiencing a place that is so clean and so open and so mind expanding. And, like, I do think there is, in my dream, it's like you can turn the shutters on and you're fully in,
Mhm.
and you can turn the shutters down and then you can see out. Like
Yeah.
that's not hard to imagine, right?
But using
Like,
your example,
seeing
like
that
you
stuff,
can combine
know?
it with other things. Like why I'm going to read a book.
Yeah.
Why would I read a book in my squalid
Yeah, just-
underpant-filled apartment? But literally,
I'm never,
I could
I
be
am
on
never coming to visit you.
so bad. It's basically Silent Hill all the way to the
Yeah.
bathroom.
Pyramid Head comes by
You could just
a couple
you literally
times a week
could
to
just sit
deliver
and read a
pieces.
book.
Yeah, you could read
a
a
Kindle
book,
book
yeah,
on
yeah,
Mount Hood. Like
exactly.
seriously, like
Or,
why
you know,
do anything
even
normal
better,
anymore?
You know, like Miyazaki's like, oh, you know, here's my
Yeah.
childhood home. I've already animated it because I am that guy that just like drew
Yeah.
my childhood into
Yeah.
every film I made. Just, you know, put the headset on and sit
Yeah.
on a rock in my childhood.
VR
and
was a
read book.
mistake. It's all trash. It's
No,
all
I mean,
underpants.
it's like those dreams. You know, actually, speaking of which, you know, the team that did Little Big Planet, I think they're working on some stuff right now with dreams. That's really great.
Yeah.
The idea of building a bunch of environments, you know, that people can move through in that
Mhm.
space and be able to craft those things for other people. I guess that's what has always gotten me really excited about VR is not just the potential of being alone in it, but like imagine that you and I are, you know, we're friends or we're relatives. We live
The type of telepresence
yeah,
sort of
yeah,
thing.
halfway across the planet.
the
We're
next
both
thing to
horses in a
solve.
herd, and
Yeah.
we're running to the ocean. And I look to you, and you look to me, and it's like we're both embodying this experience. We're having a
Mhm.
great time,
Yeah.
or we're just walking along a beach holding hands. We can't do that in real life, but we can do it in VR
Yeah.
or do it in
Yeah.
AR. That is so emotionally compelling to me on such a deep level. You know?
It's going to be. I mean, I guess you could say this at any point in history. As I say, it's going to be a real interesting few years here
Yeah.
as we kind of figure this stuff out.
It's
and-
the
and get
future
there,
right now.
Yeah.
Wait, it's the future right now. Wait,
No.
it's the future right now.
All right. Well, in the future, we're going to have another day of coverage. We're going to let you guys go.
Thank you
Thanks
so much for having us.
for coming by.
One day survived.
Yeah. 2 more to go.
more to go.
You guys just on the floor, kind of giving demo or
But
like
behind closed doors
doing
mostly.
that
Yeah.
stuff. So
Yeah.
a little bit of air conditioning.
I am on the floor at the
it's
Indicate
not as
booth, South
oppressively
Hall.
hot.
So
Indicate
all
booth.
the way to the left in South Hall, come see me.
Right.
Come see me with Tom. We have cookies.
Well, Tom and cookies.
All right. Can I come and draw a dick butt on your?
Yes, you can.
All right.
You can draw
I've
a
been
dick butt on.
practicing.
I mean, technically, you can draw a dick butt on anything you want, but
I
yeah.
have.
Yeah,
Just don't,
we'll
just
continue
don't
to.
leave your underpants.
Yeah.
Let's-
The walls of his
no
apartment. You
underpants
should see
allowed
'em.
in the booth. Yeah,
Yeah.
no Silent Hill.
All right, Josh, Frankie from 343. Thanks for coming by. Robin, Phenomeno. Well, Tom's on the floor with cookies.
That's right.
And that's going to do it for day 1 of coverage. We made it. We got 2 more days to go. We'll be back 7:30 p.m. tomorrow with a few more racks of guests and some beers, and we'll order some more pizzas and do it all over again. So join us then. And until then, I'm Jeff Gerstmann. Have a great night. I don't know how to wave.
Yeah. Yeah.